Have you ever wondered when humans first began to do something no other animal truly does? Resist themselves. There was no single day, no sudden miracle, no clear dividing line, just a slow, haunting turning point when instinct stopped being enough and something new began to take over. The first time a hand pulled back instead of grabbing, the first time hunger had to wait, the first time a mind chose a future over the present, history quietly began. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if this is the kind of mystery history you enjoy. The change does not look dramatic at first. There is no single morning when a human being wakes in a cave, on a plain, or at the edge of a cold river and suddenly becomes something entirely new. No thunder splits the sky. No invisible switch is thrown inside the skull. The old world remains where it has always been, full of wind, hunger, blood, weather, animal tracks, and the hard arithmetic of survival. A body grows tired, then rests. A stomach empties, then demands. Fear arrives fast, with no need for explanation. Life is still lived at close range, inside the pressure of the next hour, and yet somewhere in that long, nearly silent stretch of prehistory, a subtle break begins. It is one of the strangest turning points in the history of life. A creature shaped by instinct starts to lean, little by little, towards something else. At first, the evidence is frustratingly faint. What survives in the record suggests change unfolding over immense spans of time rather than through a clean revolution. Stone tools alter in shape and consistency. Hearths appear and reappear. Carcasses are processed in ways that imply cooperation and planning. Bodies move across landscapes that demand more than reflex. None of this proves that instinct has weakened. Instinct is still there, powerful and necessary. But the pattern hints that early humans are beginning to do something unusual. They are not only reacting, they are preparing. They are not only feeling, they are remembering. They are not only moving through the world as animals do. They are starting to hold a second world in the mind, one made of expectation, caution, teaching, repetition, and imagined outcomes. That's where the mystery begins, and it is deeper than the usual story of intelligence. Intelligence alone does not explain the human break. Many animals are intelligent. They solve problems, cooperate, mourn, deceive, improvise, and adapt. Crows fashion hooks. Orcas teach hunting strategies. Wolves coordinate. Chimpanzees remember alliances and use tools. But humans eventually become something more unstable and more powerful than simply clever primates. They begin to live according to rules that do not come directly from the body. They deny hunger for ritual. They restrain violence for law. They endure celibacy for belief, starvation for status, pain for beauty, death for ideas. They bury the dead. They save seeds for a season not yet arrived. They fast, promise, inherit, punish, confess, calculate, abstain, and obey. These are not the habits of a creature guided mainly by immediate biological instruction. These belong to a creature increasingly shaped by worlds it invents and then submits to. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. To understand how strange this is, it helps to imagine the older condition, the one humans emerge from so gradually that the line almost disappears. For most animals, life is tightly bound to inherited patterns. Instinct does not mean mindless automation. It means that the organism arrives already carrying a script written by countless generations of selection. The web-building spider does not need a lesson. The migrating bird does not draft a map. A newborn antelope can stand within hours because delay would mean death. The behavior is flexible at the edges, but the deep structure is there from the start. Survival depends on reliable responses to familiar pressures. The body knows, in ways the individual never has to consciously formulate. Early humans do not begin outside that system. They are born into it like everything else alive. Their fear responses, mating drives, territorial impulses, and hunger rhythms are not philosophical abstractions. They are ancient biological machinery. A sudden noise in the dark sends adrenaline through the body long before language can frame the danger. A face twisted in anger is read quickly because hesitation can be costly. Social rank matters. Access to food matters. Reproductive competition matters. The human organism is, in its foundations, profoundly animal. That much never disappears. The mistake comes later, when civilization tells flattering stories about rising above nature completely. In the beginning, there is no such separation. There are only bodies under pressure and groups trying not to die. And yet those groups are already unusual. Even among the earliest members of the human line, survival seems to depend increasingly on social attention and learned behavior. The human hand, freed and refined over evolutionary time, becomes a toolmaker's hand. But the tool itself matters less than the tradition behind it. A sharpened stone is not just an object. It is memory outside the body. It carries a sequence. Someone had to know which rock to strike, at what angle, with what force. For what purpose? Someone else had to watch and repeat. A broken edge could cut flesh, scrape hide, split tendon, carve wood. That edge represented more than cleverness in the moment. It represented transmission. It represented a skill held socially and recreated again and again. This is still far from cities, scriptures, and law codes, but it already points away from purely instinctive life. The landscapes of early human existence push that process further. Africa, where the deep roots of humanity lie, is no stable paradise. It is a continent of shifting ecologies, expanding grasslands, contracting forests, wet phases, dry phases, predator-rich margins, and seasonal uncertainty. Climate pulses alter access to water, plant foods, prey migration routes, and safe territory. In such conditions, rigid instinct alone may be too blunt an instrument. Flexibility matters. A group that can remember where water stood in a harder season, anticipate animal movement, alter foraging strategies, or coordinate across distance has an advantage. Scholars still debate exactly how climate variability shaped human cognition, but no single explanation fully accounts for the pattern unless environmental instability plays some role. The evidence remains incomplete, yet the broad picture is persuasive. Humans are forged not in simplicity but in fluctuation. That matters because instinct is strongest when the world remains predictable across generations. When the same cues reliably produce the same outcomes, inherited behavior works beautifully. But when environments swing, when prey disappears, when rains fail, when familiar routes become dangerous, creatures need something more adjustable. In humans, that extra flexibility seems to gather around memory, cooperation, and foresight. The body still reacts, but reaction alone is no longer enough. A person who eats everything found today may starve tomorrow. A group that fights over every immediate gain may fracture before the next migration. A mother, a sibling, an elder, a skilled hunter, a toolmaker, a watchful child around a carcass or a fire line each becomes part of a shared system where survival depends not only on instinctive action, but on coordinated restraint. This may be one of the least visible but most important developments in human history, the widening gap between urge and action. Once that gap appears, even in a weak and inconsistent form, a new type of creature begins to emerge, not a creature freed from instinct, but one increasingly capable of interrupting it. Hunger says eat now, but something in the group says wait. Fear says run, but another impulse says hold formation, keep the fire, protect the young. Anger says strike, but alliance says endure the insult. Curiosity says touch the carcass immediately, while caution says watch for the lion that may return. These are simple examples, but they point toward a profound change. Life is no longer guided only by what the body demands in the moment. It is being shaped by internal negotiation. What makes the story difficult is that negotiation leaves no fossil. Bones show wear, injury, diet, and sometimes care. Tools show complexity. Hearths show repeated occupation, but self-restraint, delayed gratification, teaching, rule-following, and symbolic thought survive mostly in traces and consequences. Archaeology often works like listening for thunder by studying ripples in a pond. Still, the ripples are there. There are sites where large animals appear to have been processed systematically, implying planning and cooperation beyond opportunism. There are locations where raw materials are transported over surprising distances, suggesting forethought or exchange. There are long periods in which certain tool traditions remain astonishingly stable, which means knowledge is being conserved socially with unusual discipline. None of this proves that a day arrived when humans stopped following instinct. The title points to a transformation, not a date. The truth is slower and more unsettling. Humans did not stop following instinct all at once. They began building ways to overrule it. That process likely begins long before our own species appears in fully modern form. Members of the genus Homo already show signs of an expanding behavioral range compared with earlier hominins. Brain size grows, though not in a neat straight line. Bodies become better suited for long-distance movement. Meat consumption appears to increase in many contexts, bringing higher caloric returns but also new dependencies and risks. Cooperative scavenging and hunting likely demand tighter communication and trust. The sheer difficulty of surviving in open, contested environments may have favored groups that could tolerate delayed rewards and maintain stronger internal bonds. A solitary ape with quick reflexes can survive only so far. A bonded group that remembers, anticipates, and shares can go farther. There is also a deeper irony here. The movement away from instinct is not a rejection of biology. It is itself a biological adaptation. Natural selection does not care whether a trait feels natural, moral, civilized, or artificial. It favors what enhances survival and reproduction under given conditions. A species that evolves greater plasticity, longer development, and heavier dependence on learning is not escaping evolution. It is following one of evolution's strangest pathways. Humans become more successful not by carrying a fuller fixed script into the world, but by arriving more unfinished. They need more time, more care, more exposure, more imitation, more correction. They become powerful partly because they are, in one sense, underprogrammed. That unfinished quality comes with immense costs. Human infants are helpless for an exceptionally long time. Human groups must invest heavily in protection, provisioning, teaching, and tolerance. A creature less governed by strict instinct is also more vulnerable to confusion, conflict, and error. It can learn the wrong lesson. It can panic in novel ways. It can be manipulated. It can become trapped inside habits that no longer serve survival. The same looseness that allows flexibility also allows delusion. That is why the human story never becomes a simple triumph of reason over instinct. As the old guide weakens, a dangerous freedom opens. Humans become able not only to plan and imagine, but to imagine badly, to obey harmful customs, to fear abstractions, to kill for symbols, to sacrifice the living for the dead and the present for imagined futures. The first break from instinct does not merely create civilization, it creates the conditions for tragedy on a scale other animals rarely achieve. Still, in the earlier stages, the shift is likely modest and practical. It happens in repeated acts too ordinary for anyone then to recognize as historic. A tool is made before it is needed. A child is corrected instead of left to trial and error. A carcass is divided according to remembered expectations rather than immediate grabbing strength. A dangerous route is avoided because of something learned a year earlier. A group returns to a seasonal place at the proper time. A patch of edible plants is left to recover. An ember is protected through the night. A wound is treated. A missing person is searched for. Each act is small. Together they begin to create a world in which behavior is no longer driven solely by instinctive release. It is channeled by memory and shared practice. The most haunting part is that nobody at the time knows what is beginning. There is no witness who can stand back far enough to say that life on Earth is changing direction. The people living through this transformation do not think of themselves as pioneers of cognition or founders of culture. They think in immediate terms because immediate terms still dominate their days. Cold, thirst, predators, injury, birth, conflict, shelter, food, but hidden inside those urgencies, layer by layer. Another order is taking shape. A species is learning to live not only in nature but in systems of behavior it constructs for itself. That's why the turning point matters so much. Once humans begin placing learned patterns, collective expectations, and imagined futures between impulse and action, history becomes possible in a new way. Not just change over time, but accumulated self-reinforcing change. Culture can now grow faster than genes. A useful practice can spread in one generation, instead of waiting thousands of years for inheritance. A group can adapt not by evolving a new instinct, but by teaching a new habit. It is an extraordinary advantage, but it comes with a permanent tension. The old animal never disappears. Instinct remains in the blood, in the endocrine storm of fear and desire, in territorial anger, in parental attachment, in the quick reading of threat, in jealousy, appetite, and grief. What changes is that humans begin building structures above it fragile at first, then overwhelming. Everything that follows rests on this almost invisible beginning: the campfire, the burial, the boundary stone, the law tablet, the monastery rule, the harvest calendar, the marriage oath, the prison wall, the market contract, the fasting ritual, the military drill, the schoolroom, the screen-lit office, the sleepless modern mind trying to obey schedules. No body ever evolved to understand all of it grows, in some distant way, from that widening space between what the organism feels and what the person does. The day humans stopped following instinct is not a date in the ground. It is a long dawn, and in that dawn, the human story begins to separate from the rest of animal life. Not because the animal vanishes, but because it is slowly asked to wait. What waits beneath everything humans later build is still an animal body, and the body is older than any tool, any myth, any law, any city wall. It carries within it a vast inheritance of impulses that do not need permission to exist. Hunger tightens the muscles and narrows attention. Thirst overrides dignity. Fear accelerates the heart before the mind has assembled a single coherent thought. Sexual attraction arrives as chemistry before it becomes romance, marriage, jealousy, or taboo. Anger flashes through the nervous system with a speed that belongs to deep evolutionary time. Even affection, tenderness, and grief are not inventions of civilization. They are older than civilization by millions of years. The strange thing about human history is not that people possess these forces. The strange thing is how long they spend trying to discipline them, redirect them, deny them, decorate them, and turn them into something socially acceptable. In the earliest human worlds, there is no firm boundary between instinct and daily life because instinct is daily life. The landscape gives signals, and the body answers. A sudden movement in tall grass sharpens vision and shifts posture. The smell of decay may mean danger, opportunity, or both. The cry of an infant compels adult attention with extraordinary force. A dominant personality in a small group can gather followers, provoke tension, and alter access to food or mating opportunities without a single written rule ever existing. Status, alliance, and exclusion do not begin with kings or courts. They exist wherever social mammals live long enough together to matter to one another. What survives in the record suggests that early humans inherit all the ancient primate complications: attachment, rivalry, negotiation, coalition, resentment, reconciliation. The drama later called politics begins in much smaller rooms. This matters because the temptation is always to imagine early humans as either brutal beasts or noble innocents. Neither picture survives careful scrutiny. They are not pure instinct machines, but neither are they gentle philosophers waiting to invent agriculture. They are social primates with unusual capacities, still deeply constrained by appetites and fears that any mammal would recognize. Their tenderness is real, and so is their violence. Their cooperation is real, and so is their selfishness. One of the quieter lessons of anthropology is that the human mind is not a clean moral engine gradually corrupted by civilization. It is a crowded place from the beginning, full of competing drives that evolved for very practical reasons and often point in different directions at once. Take fear, for example. Fear is not a flaw in the organism, it is one of its oldest achievements. A creature that reacts too slowly to threat does not leave many descendants. Human beings therefore inherit a system tuned to detect danger quickly, often before conscious reasoning catches up. It is efficient, but it is not subtle. It overfires. It generalizes. It confuses uncertainty with threat because, in ancestral environments, false alarms were often cheaper than fatal hesitation. A rustle in the dark may only be wind, but treating it as a predator can be the safer error. The human nervous system is built with this asymmetry deep inside it. That is why even modern people can fear shadows, rumors, strangers, or signs that turn out to mean nothing. The machinery is ancient. It does not wait for evidence in the modern scientific sense. It prepares the body first and asks questions later. The same can be said of appetite. Hunger is not merely a sensation. It is a command signal shaped by long eras of scarcity. A species living through fluctuating environments does not evolve to be modest around calories. Sweetness, fat, salt, and rich protein become deeply rewarding because they are historically valuable. The body learns to desire what helps it survive. In a foraging world, this makes sense. A cache of honey, marrow from a bone, animal fat. Ripe fruit at the right season, these are not indulgences but opportunities. That ancient calibration lingers far beyond the world that produced it. Modern excess is partly the afterlife of prehistoric need. The craving remains even when the ecological context has changed. This is one of the clearest examples of how instinct never truly leaves the human story. It simply finds itself living in environments it was never designed to handle. Social instinct may be even more important. Human beings are born into dependence so total that survival without care is impossible. From the first breath, the infant is wired to seek attachment, to read faces, to respond to voices, to protest separation, to calm under touch. None of this is cultural decoration, it is survival architecture. A species with such prolonged helplessness cannot endure unless adults are strongly pulled toward caregiving, unless groups tolerate burdens that bring no immediate reward, unless bonds hold through stress and fatigue. The tenderness of human life begins not in abstract morality, but in necessity. To be human is to be shaped by others before language, memory, or self-understanding fully arrive. And yet those same social instincts produce darker patterns as well. Belonging has a price. The mind that clings to kin and allies is also primed to notice outsiders. Favoritism toward the familiar appears widely across social animals, but in humans it becomes unusually elaborate. Shared food, shared shelter, shared danger, shared childcare, shared territory. These bind groups together with enormous force. Loyalty is adaptive. Suspicion can also be adaptive. The problem is that both can exist long before any reflective ethics emerge to restrain them. Small communities may depend on trust internally and defensiveness externally. Violence, therefore, is not always a failure of humanity's later achievements. Sometimes it is an expression of older inherited calculations about threat, status, and survival. Scholars still debate how common lethal conflict was in the deepest phases of prehistory, and the evidence remains incomplete. But no serious account of human origins can afford to imagine a world free of aggression. Sex and reproduction complicate everything further. In evolutionary terms, reproduction is the center of the game, and organisms are shaped accordingly. Competition for mates, investment in offspring, mate guarding, pair bonding, sexual jealousy, and disputes over paternity or access are not cultural inventions. They emerge from deep biological incentives. Though culture later surrounds them with rules, ceremonies, and punishments, early humans likely live with a shifting mixture of pair bonds, flexible arrangements, kin involvement, and social constraints that vary by ecology and group structure. No single explanation fully accounts for the diversity of human mating systems, ancient or recent. What matters here is that the reproductive body is never neutral. Desire, attachment, possessiveness, and parental commitment exert enormous pressure on human behavior, often in conflict with other goals. This creates one of the central tensions of the species. Humans are animals whose instincts are not simple enough to produce peace, nor fixed enough to produce stability on their own. They are pulled by hunger, but also by affiliation, by lust, but also by loyalty, by fear, but also by curiosity, by anger, but also by dependence. The result is not balance, but friction. A hungry person may still share because alliance matters. A frightened person may stay because abandonment of kin is too costly. A jealous person may suppress violence because group consequences loom. A grieving person may carry a body longer than practical because attachment refuses the logic of abandonment. This is already more than instinct in the strictest sense, but it grows directly out of instinctive foundations. Human life is full of inherited drives colliding in the same skull. Even the face tells the story. Humans are unusually attentive to expression, A glance, tightening jaw, widened eye, lowered head, half-second hesitation. These can convey status, intention, fear, submission, attraction, contempt. Long before writing, the social world is being read from surfaces. To survive in close groups, individuals must become experts in one another. This sensitivity is adaptive, but it also creates a life of constant interpretation. A stare can become a threat. A refusal to share can become a remembered insult. A gesture of deference can preserve peace. Much of what later becomes etiquette, ritual politeness, diplomacy, and law begins in this much older pressure to manage emotion inside groups whose members cannot easily escape one another. There is a lesser-known detail in paleoanthropology that fits this picture in a quiet way. Evidence of healed injuries on ancient human and hominin skeletons sometimes suggests sustained care. A severely injured individual who survives long enough for bones to heal may not have done so alone. Such cases must be treated cautiously, because preservation is uneven and inference can outrun certainty. But what survives in the records suggests that care, tolerance, and provisioning sometimes extend beyond narrow immediate gain. This is not proof of saintliness. It is something more interesting. It suggests that human groups are already capable of behavior not reducible to instant self-interest, even while remaining driven by ancient mammalian needs. The body itself also changes under these pressures. Humans are endurance walkers and runners to a degree unusual among primates. Sweat, long legs, spring-like tendons, stabilized heads, efficient breathing patterns. These features imply a species adapted for movement across distance, often in heat. That kind of body does not merely chase prey or escape danger, it reorganizes time. A creature able to move far must remember more territory, exploit scattered resources, and coordinate with others who may not always be in sight. Endurance is therefore not just physical, it has cognitive and social consequences. A day's decisions are no longer about the nearest patch alone. The world expands, and with it, the need to manage impulses across longer horizons. Still, instinct continues to set the floor. Sleep comes with overwhelming authority. Pain demands attention. Infants trigger response. Threat recruits the entire organism. The human being of prehistory is not a detached strategist living in cool abstraction. The person is tired, sore, hungry, aroused, frightened, attached, suspicious, hopeful, and often uncertain. That uncertainty may be one of the great engines of later change. An animal with strong instincts and a predictable environment can rely on evolved patterns. An animal with strong instincts but increasing ecological and social complexity must improvise around them. Humans seem to occupy exactly that unstable position. They remain creatures of instinct, but their world keeps placing them in situations where instinct is necessary and insufficient at the same time. That insufficiency does not announce itself as philosophy. It appears in practical failures. Immediate hunger leads to poor sharing and damages group trust. Panic scatters people at the wrong moment. Male rivalry destabilizes alliances. Attachment slows necessary movement. Overreaction to a false threat wastes energy. Attraction leads to conflict. Grief interferes with efficiency. In a purely mechanical organism, these competing impulses might simply resolve through fixed hierarchies of response. In humans, a more open-ended system begins to emerge. Groups learn workarounds, individuals develop habits, children are shaped by correction, certain emotional responses are encouraged, others punished. All of this comes later in fuller form, but its roots lie here, in the difficulty of being an animal whose instincts do not fit every demand of survival cleanly. One way to think about this is that humans do not stop being instinctive because instinct fails completely. They begin to move beyond instinct because instinct succeeds only part of the time. It gets them through danger, but not through all forms of cooperation. It ensures appetite, but not fairness. It produces attachment, but not stable institutions. It can motivate defense, but not long-range planning. The body can launch behavior. It cannot by itself build a durable shared world. For that, something else must grow on top of it: memory, teaching, restraint, symbolic commitment, social expectation, and eventually formal rules. This is why the human animal is never easy company, even for itself. It carries inside it the old landscape predator fear, mating urgency, kin preference, suspicion of the unfamiliar, hunger for status, craving for rich food, attachment to offspring, resistance to pain, attraction to safety. Later history will put these instincts in strange costumes: a chief, priest, bureaucrat, merchant, monk, soldier, judge, factory worker, voter, influencer, executive, and revolutionary may look nothing alike. Yet all are still animated by nervous systems built in far harsher worlds. Civilization does not erase instinct. It gives instinct complicated new stages on which to perform. In the beginning, though, the stages are small: a campsite at dusk, a carcass stripped under watchful eyes, a sleeping child carried between adults, a dispute over access to food or territory, a face remembered, a warning cry answered, a body huddled against others through cold. In these scenes, the future is already present, not as architecture or text, but as tension. Humans are still animals within animal bodies, but those bodies are starting to house an unusual problem. They feel too much, remember too long, depend too heavily, and adapt too flexibly to remain governed by inherited impulses alone. Something else will have to enter: practices that slow the body down, habits that redirect it, and shared rhythms that turn reaction into deliberation. Before humans can build laws, they first have to discover the smallest and hardest thing of all, that an urge can arrive, and still not be obeyed. The first great training ground for that discovery is not a temple, a courtroom, or a field under cultivation. It is a ring of light in the dark. Fire does more than warm the body or cook meat. It changes time. It changes space. It changes what a human evening can be. Before controlled fire becomes reliable, night belongs largely to danger, exhaustion, and withdrawal. Darkness narrows the world. Vision collapses. Predators move with advantages humans do not have. The body follows older rhythms because the environment gives it few alternatives. There is only so much to do when the light fails. But once flame can be kept, fed, and carried from one day into the next, a strange new territory appears between sunset and sleep. Around that territory, the human mind begins to lengthen. A fire is never just a tool. It is a burden, a center, and a discipline. It must be watched, protected, fed, and understood. Embers cannot be neglected simply because the body wants rest. Fuel has to be collected before it is urgently needed. Damp wood, dry grass, bark, dung, branches, wind direction, shelter from rain, the arrangement of stones, the placement of sleeping bodies, the distance from brush that might catch. None of this can be left entirely to instinct. The evidence remains incomplete on exactly when controlled fire becomes habitual across different human populations, and scholars still debate how early and how consistently it is used. But what survives in archaeological sites suggests a long association between humans and managed flame. And once that association deepens, daily life changes in ways that are hard to exaggerate. The obvious advantages come first. Fire hardens wooden points, softens tough plant matter, drives away some predators, extends activity into colder places, and makes many foods safer and easier to digest. Cooking alone may have profound consequences. A cooked diet reduces chewing time, unlocks calories more efficiently, and changes the body's energy economy. Some researchers have argued that this nutritional shift plays a significant role in human evolution, though no single explanation fully accounts for the complexity of the process. Even so, the broad principle is clear enough. Fire allows humans to extract more from the world than raw, instinctive foraging would otherwise permit. It creates a buffer between organism and environment. It is not only adaptation, it is intervention. Yet the most revealing change may be social rather than nutritional. The fire gathers people. It produces a shared focal point around which bodies arrange themselves in a pattern not dictated purely by immediate need. Daylight labor ends, but the group does not simply collapse into biological shutdown. There is now a zone of relative safety and visibility where hands can keep working lightly, where children can linger awake, where older individuals can demonstrate, where food can be portioned, where wounds can be checked, where events of the day can be reenacted in gesture and sound. Even if language in its fully modern richness is still emerging over long timescales, fire favors communication, it rewards attention, it makes collective memory easier to perform. That matters because attention held after the day's urgency is different from attention seized by danger. Instinct is excellent at commanding the organism when something immediate demands response. The snap of a branch, the charge of an animal, the cry of pain, these recruit the nervous system at once. Fire introduces a quieter mode. It asks not for reaction, but for maintenance. Sit here. Feed this. Watch that. Do not fall asleep yet. Do not wander too far from the light. Keep the spark alive until morning. It is difficult to prove from artifacts alone, but what survives in the record suggests that this repeated discipline must have selected for or strengthened forms of self-control already latent in the species. A group careless with fire loses heat, safety, cooked food, and perhaps life itself. A group that tends it well gains a stable advantage. The discipline extends into food as well. A carcass brought to the hearth is no longer simply a prize for immediate tearing and swallowing. It becomes something processed, portioned, transformed. Cooking takes time. Time creates tension. Hunger demands now. But the meal is not ready now. The smell intensifies anticipation rather than satisfying it. People must wait while the flesh changes color and texture over heat. They must keep others from grabbing too early. They must decide who receives what, in what order, under what expectation of fairness or status. This is a small but critical alteration in human life. Fire inserts delay between possession and consumption. Delay, repeated often enough, becomes one of the first classrooms in which instinct learns it cannot always rule. The body itself experiences the difference. Raw flesh can be consumed in urgency. Cooked food invites gathering. Roasted tubers, heated marrow, softened connective tissue, smoke rising into cold air. These are not just sensory improvements, they are social technologies. They encourage co-presence. They make it easier for the very young and the very old to eat. They enlarge the range of edible materials. They may even reduce the time spent chewing, freeing hours for other activities. That extra time does not instantly produce philosophy, but it does create more room for observation, imitation, and narrative. A child watching hands prepare food by fire is learning more than a recipe. The child is learning sequence, patience, and shared expectation. Night around flame also changes the emotional architecture of the group. In darkness beyond the firelight, danger still exists, perhaps even feels more vivid because it is now held at a visible boundary. Inside the light, however, there is a rare concentration of faces. Expressions become readable. Small motions matter. The group becomes aware of itself as a gathered thing. This may sound abstract, but it has practical consequences. Repeated evenings spent in a circle of visibility train people to attend to one another, beyond the immediate mechanics of hunt and escape. Laughter, imitation, warning, teasing, reassurance, correction, grief, and memory all become easier to stage in such a setting. Some scholars have suggested that firelit evening hours could have supported the expansion of social cognition and communication, though the evidence can only be indirect. What survives in the record suggests possibility rather than certainty. Still, the possibility is powerful. There is a lesser-known detail that deepens the point. Many primates settle into relative inactivity after dark, constrained by limited visibility and the need for safety. Humans, once fire becomes regular, partially step outside that pattern. They create an artificial day within the night. That does not mean they stop being diurnal animals, but it does mean they begin shaping their temporal environment instead of simply submitting to it. A species that can bend the day even slightly is already moving away from pure instinctive synchronization with natural cues. Light is no longer only a gift from the sun. It is, in modest form, something humans can make and preserve for themselves. This alteration may help explain why fire feels so symbolically charged in later human cultures. Long before gods, sacred flames, and mythic thefts of heavenly fire appear in recorded tradition, the practical experience of tending flame has already taught generations that this element sits at the edge of control and danger. Fire is useful but ravenous. It requires discipline but punishes mistakes. It gathers people yet can consume their shelter. To live with it is to live with a force that demands respect. In purely biological terms, that means repeated suppression of careless impulses. Do not lunge. Do not sleep too soon. Do not let the child wander too close. Do not waste the dry fuel. Do not panic when sparks leap. The body learns caution in a new register. Shelter magnifies these lessons. A fire inside or near a repeated dwelling place is not the same as an opportunistic blaze on open ground. Once humans begin returning to certain sites, shaping windbreaks, improving camps, or using caves and rock shelters with recurring purpose, flame becomes part of a managed domestic sphere. Domestic is perhaps too polished a word for very ancient realities, but the principle holds. There is now a human-made center that must be maintained through routine. Routine is one of the enemy's instincts never expected. Instinct prepares for recurring natural demands. Routine creates recurring cultural ones. You rise and do this because the group does it. You store this here. You leave that there. You keep this area clear. The first home is not a building. It is a pattern. Around such patterns, children absorb the earliest forms of disciplined life. They do not learn by hearing abstract moral lectures. They learn by inhabiting systems. Stay back from the flame. Bring twigs, not green branches. Hand the tool to the elder, not the infant. Wait until the food is portioned. Sleep where the adults place you. These instructions, whether spoken in full language or conveyed through gesture, tone, and correction, represent something remarkable. The young are being shaped not only by natural consequences but by socially enforced behavior. The fire can burn them, yes, but often they are prevented before the burn occurs. That prevention is culture in miniature, a learned order intervening before instinctive experimentation reaches danger. Even storytelling, if it begins to flourish in such settings, would matter here. Stories are difficult to trace in archaeology, but humans almost certainly develop narrative long before writing. A story told around fire is more than entertainment. It is stored experience made portable. It allows the group to rehearse dangers not present, recall places not visible, and preserve social judgments about courage, foolishness, generosity, betrayal, or caution. An animal guided only by instinct does not need stories. An animal increasingly dependent on learned worlds does. Stories make possible a second-hand life, one in which a person can be shaped by events never personally witnessed. This is a profound weakening of instinct's monopoly. Knowledge now travels through memory and voice. There is also an intimate psychological effect to consider. Fire encourages a person to sit still while remaining awake. That is rare in the animal kingdom. To be alert without immediate action, to watch embers pulse, to listen while the body is fed and warmed. To think in a looser temporal field than the chase or the flight, this may help foster reflection, imagination, and social bonding in ways difficult to measure but impossible to dismiss. The human mind, given repeated hours in which danger is partially contained and hunger partially eased, has room to wander. It can revisit the day, anticipate tomorrow, replay mistakes, notice relationships, imagine alternatives. Instinct works in the present with the extraordinary force. Fire gives the present a margin in which thought can thicken. The margin is still fragile. Nights remain dangerous. Fires go out. Weather intrudes. Predators test the edges. Human groups are not transformed overnight into calm little republics of reason. Quarrels still happen by the hearth. Status still matters in distribution and proximity. Fear still rises at sounds from beyond the light. But something important is underway. The group is no longer merely surviving the dark. It is using the dark. It is making it socially productive. This is one of the quiet revolutions of prehistory. Time, once lost to vulnerability, becomes time available for transmission. From there, delayed action becomes easier to imagine in other parts of life. If a group can gather fuel in advance of night, perhaps it can also gather stone in advance of need. If it can preserve embers, perhaps it can preserve obligations. If it can wait for meat to cook, perhaps it can wait for a hunt to mature, a migration to return, a child to learn a difficult skill properly instead of improvising badly. Fire does not cause all later human restraint, but it trains it. It turns patience from an occasional necessity into a daily practice. It makes visible the value of preparing now for a state not yet arrived. That is why the firelit camp belongs at the center of this story. It is one of the first places where instinct begins meeting a rival power on equal terms. Hunger is still present, but it must wait. Fear is still present, but it is organized. Fatigue is still present, but watchfulness overrides it. Curiosity is still present, but caution guides the hand. Children still reach, grab, and drift, but correction brings them back. Again and again, the same lesson is taught in heat and smoke. An impulse can be felt, recognized, and delayed for the sake of something larger than itself. Not a state, not yet a religion, not yet a law, just the fragile continuity of the group. the protection of the night, and the promise that morning will be easier because someone chose not to obey the body at once. In that wavering light, the human future becomes faintly visible. The old animal remains close, breathing, hungry, suspicious, easily startled. But beside it sits another presence, still weak and unfinished, the part that remembers, instructs, and prepares. It is no accident that so much of later civilization seems haunted by the hearth, the candle, the lamp, the sacred flame, the lit window against darkness. Long before humans build systems large enough to dominate continents, they learn the harder, smaller craft of staying beside a fire and doing what instinct alone would never have demanded: waiting, tending, and thinking ahead. Once a species learns to tend a fire, it has already begun learning a harder art. It is learning to live for a future that does not yet exist. That sounds obvious from the perspective of the modern world, where nearly everything depends on preparation. But in evolutionary terms, it is deeply unusual. Most life acts in the immediate field of pressure. It responds to what is present or to cues tightly connected to what is about to happen. Humans begin doing something far stranger. They start behaving toward absences, toward the meal that is not yet cooked, toward the season not yet arrived, toward the danger not yet visible, toward the child not yet grown. In that widening space between the body's urge and the world's delay, a new discipline enters human life. It might be called patience, but patience sounds too gentle. What emerges is really the invention of waiting. Waiting is not passive. In prehistory, waiting is work. It means carrying a stone blank farther than necessary because it may become a tool later. It means sparing marrow-rich bones for controlled cracking instead of splintering them in immediate frenzy. It means following animal signs carefully rather than lunging at the first opportunity. It means enduring hunger while plants ripen, watching water holes at the right hour, holding formation during a hunt, storing embers through the dark, and returning to a place because memory says that place will matter again. None of these acts abolish instinct. The body still complains, hunger still narrows attention, fatigue still drags at the limbs. But what survives in the record suggests that again and again humans become more capable of acting as though tomorrow is already part of today. One of the clearest ways to see this is through tools that are made before they are needed. A stone flake picked up and used in the same moment still belongs largely to opportunistic behavior. A carefully shaped implement prepared in advance belongs to another order. It implies sequence. Raw material must be recognized, selected, transported, and worked according to a form held in memory. The maker is not simply reacting to an immediate problem. The maker is anticipating a class of future problems. Scholars still debate how much intention can safely be inferred from the earliest technologies, and the evidence remains incomplete in many regions. But no single explanation fully accounts for repeated standardized tool traditions unless planning has become central to survival. A hand axe or a prepared core is not just a useful object, it is delayed action turned solid. This matters because planning is expensive. It takes time that could be spent eating, resting, grooming, or scanning for danger. It also requires confidence that the future will resemble the imagined use enough to justify the effort. That confidence is never perfect. The tool may break, the prey may move elsewhere, the group may be forced to flee, yet humans keep investing in preparation, which suggests that their lives are no longer governed solely by immediate return. They are increasingly willing to spend energy now for uncertain gain later. In purely evolutionary terms, this is a dangerous habit unless it pays often enough to matter. Apparently, it does. Food may be the most unforgiving teacher here. In unstable landscapes, feast and shortage likely alternate with unsettling regularity. A group that devours everything at once may briefly satisfy instinct and then suffer for it. A group that portions more carefully, remembers seasonal cycles, and restrains immediate consumption may last longer. This does not necessarily mean formal storage in the earliest periods. Preservation techniques, containers, and sedentary habits develop unevenly and much later in fuller forms. But even before complex storage economies, there are simpler acts of restraint leaving some resources untouched, transporting valuable portions, revisiting known locations, protecting access routes, timing movement to ecological rhythms. Waiting becomes a way of turning uncertainty into something slightly more manageable. The psychology of this shift is easy to underestimate because modern life is soaked in delayed gratification. Yet for an animal body, delay is friction. The body evolved to trust what can be taken now more than what might appear later. A fruit in hand is real. A herd returning next season is an inference. A carcass before the group is real. Fair distribution, reciprocal obligation, or future alliance are social constructions layered over appetite. Humans become increasingly capable of obeying those constructions, but the obedience is never effortless. It must be trained. Children must be stopped from snatching. Adults must be judged for selfishness. The group must remember who shared and who grabbed. Waiting, in other words, quickly becomes moralized. It is no longer only practical. It becomes a sign of reliability. Reliability is perhaps the hidden currency of this entire period. A being governed entirely by immediate instinct may be formidable, but it is a poor partner for long-term cooperation. Humans, by contrast, survive through repeated dependence. A person who can be counted on to return with gathered fuel, to hold a hunting position, to watch a child, to share according to expectation, to remember a route, to preserve a useful object, becomes more valuable than brute force alone can explain. What survives in the record suggests that human groups are increasingly built from such dependable repetitions. The body may want immediate satisfaction, but the group needs something steadier. Waiting becomes part of trust. This also changes how humans relate to place. A purely reactive creature inhabits a landscape of present cues. A future-minded creature inhabits a landscape layered with timings. Certain gullies hold water after late rains. Certain trees fruit only briefly. Certain migration routes can be intercepted at predictable points. Certain stone sources are worth returning to. Certain shelters matter more in one season than another. The land becomes not just a setting, but a calendar. To move through it well requires memory tied to anticipation. Humans begin to carry maps in the mind, not abstract charts, but lived sequences of when and where. The body still feels the heat, thirst, and fatigue of the journey. Yet its movement is increasingly guided by knowledge accumulated beyond the current moment. There is a lesser-known but revealing detail in studies of hunter-gatherer behavior, both recent and prehistoric by inference. Successful foraging often depends less on constant impulse-driven searching than on disciplined attention to patterns that only pay off over time. A trap placed and left, a route revisited, a patch allowed to regenerate, a social relationship maintained because it may provide future access. These are all forms of waiting with structure. They turn patience into strategy. While direct analogies between recent foragers and deep prehistory must be used with caution, what survives in ethnographic and archaeological records alike suggests that delayed returns are not marginal to human life. They are foundational. The invention of waiting also reshapes emotion. Fear, for instance, no longer always triggers immediate retreat. Sometimes the safer action is to remain still, hold silence, keep position, and let danger pass. Anger no longer always triggers a blow. Sometimes retaliation must be postponed because alliances, kin ties, or physical risk make immediate violence foolish. Desire no longer always demands possession. Access may depend on negotiation, status, exchange, or taboo. Grief no longer always ends in rapid abandonment of the dead, as practical animal logic might dictate. Attachment can demand lingering. The human being becomes increasingly practiced at sustaining emotional tension without immediate discharge. That ability will later make religion, law, trade, and warfare possible in their larger forms. But here it begins at a much humbler scale, in bodies learning not to act the moment they feel. Children stand at the center of this change. A child does not arrive with patience as a finished trait. Patience must be imposed, modeled, and repeated. Wait, not yet. Bring this first. Sit here. Watch carefully. Do it again. The long human childhood, which later sections will explore more fully, is already essential to the story. Because children remain dependent for so long, adults have time to shape their timing. They do not simply inherit responses, they are trained into them. What begins as practical correction becomes something more consequential, the remaking of the organism's tempo by social life. The child learns that the body's demand is not always sovereign. This may be one of the deepest human lessons, and also one of the most burdensome. Burden is the right word because waiting carries psychological cost. The body under delayed gratification often becomes anxious, irritable, hypervigilant. Uncertainty gnaws. A prepared future may fail to arrive. A promised share may be denied. A planned hunt may collapse. A remembered water source may dry. Planning, for all its advantages, introduces a new category of suffering frustration directed at time itself. An animal that acts immediately is disappointed only by the world. A human who waits can be disappointed by expectation. This is a subtle but enormous shift. Once the mind begins investing in futures, it becomes vulnerable to futures that do not happen. No single explanation fully accounts for how early humans managed this tension, but social mechanisms likely mattered greatly. Waiting is easier when done collectively. A group can reinforce restraint through observation, shame, reassurance, imitation, and promise. The same fire that teaches patience around cooking also teaches it around turn-taking and distribution. The same hunt that demands coordination also teaches endurance of suspense. The same repeated migration also teaches confidence in deferred return. Little by little, future-oriented action stops feeling exceptional and becomes ordinary. The extraordinary thing is that it ever became ordinary at all. One can see the long shadow of this development in every later human institution. A field planted in spring is waiting formalized. A marriage contract is waiting moralized. A debt is waiting measured. A law court is waiting ritualized. A military campaign is waiting weaponized. Even writing, in one sense, is waiting preserved information sent forward to minds not yet present. But long before any of these elaborate structures appear, there is the older human scene, a hand not reaching too soon, a mouth not eating first, a body remaining hidden though every nerve wants movement, a group returning to a place because absence itself has become meaningful. This may be why the archaeological record sometimes feels emotionally distant while describing lives that are psychologically familiar. The specific tools, landscapes, and prey species belong to worlds far removed from ours, yet the inner strain is recognizable. To be human is to live inside postponed outcomes. We save, abstain, schedule, rehearse, negotiate, preserve, and endure for events not yet here. The roots of that condition run very deep. They do not begin in schools, states, or scriptures. They begin when a primate in a dangerous world starts to discover that survival may depend not merely on strength or speed, but on the ability to hold back. There's also a philosophical danger in romanticizing this as pure progress. Waiting gives humans power, but it also begins the long domestication of desire. A being that can postpone gratification can also be made to postpone it endlessly. Once instinct no longer commands absolute obedience. Outside forces can step in. Elders, norms, myths, later chiefs and priests and rulers, all can demand restraint in the name of something larger. The first victory over impulse therefore contains the seed of later control. A person who can be taught to wait can also be taught to submit. The evidence for the earlier stages remains fragmentary, but the implication is hard to avoid. Freedom from instinct does not always mean freedom. Sometimes it means a new vulnerability to learned obedience. Still, none of that later complexity exists yet in full. At this stage, the achievement remains stark and practical. Waiting keeps the group alive. It protects food, tools, embers, roots, and relationships. It enlarges the future enough for planning to matter. It trains the body to tolerate a split between want and action. In that split, human life begins to take on a peculiar shape. The organism is still ancient, still pulsing with hunger, fear, attraction, aggression, and attachment. But layered over it now is another rhythm, slower and more deliberate, one that asks the impossible and then repeats the request until it becomes habit. Not now, not yet, hold on. And once a species learns to do that reliably, even in small ways, it crosses a threshold that no fossil can capture directly. It starts building a world from anticipation. The tool on the ground is for later. The root in memory is for later. The restraint shown at the fire is for later. The lesson given to the child is for later. Humans are becoming creatures who can act in the service of things absent and unseen. That ability will eventually reshape landscapes, extinguish species, raise monuments, write laws, and imprison minds inside calendars. But for now it remains a quieter thing, almost fragile a body in the present, taught to serve a future it can only imagine. Once humans become capable of waiting, another transformation begins to gather force behind it, and this one may be even more decisive. A tool can be made in advance, a hunt can be planned ahead, a fire can be kept alive overnight. But all of these achievements remain fragile if every generation has to rediscover them from scratch. The true break from instinct deepens when knowledge starts surviving the individuals who first learned it. At that point, the species is no longer relying mainly on what is carried in the body by inheritance. It is beginning to rely on what is carried between bodies, passed across time through attention, imitation, memory, and correction. This is one of the strangest developments in natural history. Memory becomes inheritance. Biological inheritance is slow, ruthless, and largely indifferent to individual experience. If one animal has a clever accident in its lifetime, that accident usually dies with it unless it happens to be encoded over immense stretches of selection. Cultural inheritance works differently. A useful action can spread in a single season. A dangerous mistake can become a warning repeated to children. A successful way of shaping stone, finding shellfish, avoiding poisoned plants, locating seasonal water, approaching prey, or treating a wound can outlive its discoverer not through genes but through teaching. The evidence remains incomplete for the earlier stages of this process because culture fossilizes badly. What survives in the records suggests patterns rather than direct lessons. Even so, those patterns are unmistakable enough. Some human traditions persist with striking continuity over long periods, implying not mere imitation in the loose sense, but disciplined transmission. This is where the species begins to feel genuinely unlike most other animals. Many animals learn from one another. Young predators watch adults hunt. Songbirds copy songs. Primates imitate techniques and social behaviors. Whales pass on vocal traditions. Social learning is not uniquely human. What appears unusual in humans is its scale, precision, cumulative character, and dependence. Human beings do not merely copy occasional useful acts. They come to inhabit entire worlds assembled from previous minds. They learn landscapes they have not yet travelled, dangers they have not yet faced, taboos whose original logic may already be forgotten, methods whose refinement took generations, and expectations that shape behaviour before personal experience can test them. They are, from very early on, born into borrowed knowledge. That borrowed knowledge changes survival in profound ways. A child who must discover every edible plant by trial and error is in terrible danger. A child who can be shown what to gather, what to avoid, when to harvest, and where to return enters the world with a kind of second-hand experience. The same is true for predators, weather, migration routes, and social conduct. The human organism remains underprogrammed compared with many animals, but this weakness becomes strength once culture fills the gap. Instead of arriving with rigid instincts for every ecological problem, humans arrive ready to absorb local solutions. That means a species can spread across wildly different environments, not because its genes instantly adapt to each one, but because its knowledge systems can. This adaptive power is easy to praise, but it comes with a price. Knowledge transmitted socially can be wrong, outdated, or distorted. It can harden into custom long after conditions change. It can preserve fear as efficiently as it preserves skill. Still, in the long prehistory of the species, its advantages are enormous. A group that remembers where animals cross a river at a certain season has more than information. It has continuity. A group that teaches how to shape a certain point, preserve a certain ember, or identify a certain call has more than habit. It has accumulated survival. This may be the closest early humans come to escaping the limits of instinct without truly escaping biology. They create an external reservoir of adaptation. Tools reveal this better than almost anything else. Standardized forms appearing again and again across sites imply not only craftsmanship but pedagogy. A young person does not produce a refined bifacer's blade or hafted point merely by spontaneous inspiration. Someone demonstrates. Someone corrects the grip, angle, rhythm, sequence. Someone shows what failure looks like. The learner absorbs not just the finished shape but the order of operations. This is crucial. Instinct gives outcomes in broad strokes. Cultural transmission gives procedures. Procedure is a distinctly dangerous human strength because it allows complexity to accumulate. One generation adds a slight improvement, another stabilizes it, another integrates it with new materials, another attaches it to hunting strategies or social roles. No single mind needs to invent the whole system. The system builds across minds. Scholars often describe this as cumulative culture, and although its earliest thresholds remain debated, the concept helps illuminate what is happening. Cumulative culture means that innovations do not merely appear and vanish. They are retained, modified, and built upon. What survives in the record suggests that this process is uneven, sometimes accelerating, sometimes stalling, sometimes disappearing in one region and flourishing in another. There is no simple upward staircase. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the bursts and lulls. Yet the broad pattern is still extraordinary. Humans increasingly live in inherited worlds of technique. They do not start from zero. This also transforms authority. In a purely instinct-driven life, competence is embedded in the organism. In a culturally inherited life, competence may be unevenly distributed, and elders or specialists can matter in new ways. The one who remembers the root, the maker who knows the stone, the gatherer who recognizes rare plants, the person who recalls where water lingered in a bad year, the individual who knows how to keep an infant alive through illness or cold. Such people become more than experienced. They become repositories. Memory itself acquires value. Age, in a species dependent on long learning, can become useful far beyond peak physical strength. This point may help explain one of the more intriguing ideas in human evolution, that extended post-reproductive lifespan, especially in some women, may have adaptive value partly because knowledge and care matter so much. This is still debated in detail, and the evidence varies by context. But what survives in ethnographic and demographic research suggests that older individuals can contribute substantially to group survival through food sharing, childcare, guidance, and environmental memory. If so, human life history is being shaped not only by reproduction in the narrow sense, but by the benefits of keeping experienced minds in circulation. The species increasingly depends on minds that remember. That dependence creates something close to tradition. Tradition need not begin as ceremony or myth. At first, it may simply be repeated best practice. Do this stone first. Cut along this seam. Move when the winds change. Do not sleep in that hollow after rain. Burn this patch at the right time. Watch the birds. Follow the hoof prints only after morning light. These are instructions rooted in experience but detached from the body of the original learner. Once they can be passed on reliably, life changes. The next generation is no longer shaped only by direct encounter with the environment. It is shaped by curated encounter. Others decide what it notices first. This is the quiet revolution hidden behind every later human achievement. A person raised inside shared memory can act with the depth no solitary organism could achieve. The person may know where distant stone lies without having found it alone. The person may understand a prey animal's habits because others have told and shown those habits over years. The person may fear a place never personally visited because the group has named it dangerous. This introduces a new relationship to reality itself. Humans increasingly live not only in the world as it is sensed, but in the world as it is described. Description becomes part of survival. Language almost certainly plays a major role here, although the exact timing and structure of early language remain among the hardest questions in human origins. The evidence is indirect, built from anatomy, genetics, archaeology, and comparison rather than preserved speech. Scholars still debate when language becomes fully modern in its range and flexibility. But whatever its stages, some increasingly rich system of communication must underlie the kind of cultural inheritance visible in later prehistory. Complex teaching becomes far easier when experience can be named, sequenced, and recalled through words or proto-words. Gesture, demonstration, and imitation can accomplish much. But language magnifies memory by making absent things shareable. A hidden waterhole, a dangerous animal, a route over a ridge, a kin obligation. A past mistake, these can all be carried socially once words exist to hold them. The consequences are difficult to overstate. Instinct prepares the organism for recurring problems encountered by ancestors over evolutionary time. Language and cultural inheritance prepare the organism for problems solved last week. That speed is unprecedented. It means adaptation can now move at human timescales rather than genetic ones. A new hunting method, a social norm, a seasonal pattern recognized after a drought, a revised route during migration, a technique for processing a difficult food source, these can all spread before natural selection has any chance to reshape the body. Humans do not leave evolution behind, but they begin outrunning its older tempo with learning. There is a shadow here as well. Memory transmitted socially can bind the future to the past in oppressive ways. The same mechanisms that preserve skill also preserve prejudice, fear, rigid roles, and pointless repetition. A child taught to fear a harmless group, obey a harmful custom, or maintain a practice whose ecological logic has vanished is still receiving cultural inheritance. The system does not guarantee truth. It guarantees continuity. This is why the human departure from instinct is never cleanly liberating. Instinct can trap behavior in biology. Tradition can trap it in history. Still, in early human life, the advantages likely overwhelm the costs. Groups that can teach effectively can occupy difficult environments more successfully than those that rely mostly on personal rediscovery. They can buffer against seasonal loss, recover from error, and retain rare knowledge through lean periods. This may be especially important when conditions fluctuate sharply. In a bad year, remembered strategies matter. In a strange landscape, local instruction matters. In a dangerous childhood, borrowed caution matters. The species becomes powerful not simply because individuals are intelligent, but because intelligence begins pooling. Pooling intelligence changes identity itself. A human person is no longer just a body with instincts and experiences. The person becomes an endpoint of accumulated social memory. Much of what that person knows is not self-made. Even the most practical survival act may depend on chains of prior minds stretching back beyond recollection. A point is shaped with a tradition nobody can fully date. A plant is prepared by a method whose origin story is lost. A route is followed because ancestors followed it. This is the beginning of a human paradox that never disappears. People often experience inherited knowledge as natural, forgetting how much of it is learned. Custom becomes second nature. That phrase is more revealing than it first appears. Humans start building a second nature to live beside the first. This second nature weakens the authority of instinct in a subtle way. The body may recoil, hunger, lust, or fear, but culture increasingly says what those feelings mean and what should be done with them. Not yet. That food is prepared this way. That person is not yours. That path is forbidden. That season is for movement, not staying. That animal is hunted by this method. The child does not consult instinct alone. The child consults the inherited world. And because that world is reinforced by repetition from the earliest years, it can feel as binding as biology. By now, the transformation is unmistakable, even if no one living through it sees it whole. Humans are no longer creatures surviving chiefly by what natural selection has written directly into the nervous system. They are becoming creatures who survive by entering a shared archive. Fire, tools, roots, food practices, childcare, caution, social norms, perhaps stories, perhaps early symbols. All of it begins to form a web that stretches across generations. Inheritance is no longer just blood. It is memory with structure. That changes the tempo of history forever. Once knowledge can accumulate outside genes, The species is no longer limited to waiting on slow biological revision. It can respond in living time. It can improve, distort, preserve, and multiply. It can build worlds inside minds and pass them on. That is why the day humans stopped following instinct cannot be reduced to self-control alone. Self-control matters, but it is not enough. The deeper break comes when a child can inherit a way of life from people who are not nature, yet have become almost as powerful as nature in shaping what the child will do. From this point onward, every human generation enters a world already prepared by others. The landscape is still wild, the body still ancient, the dangers still real. But survival now depends increasingly on invisible possessions, remembered roots, practiced gestures, learned timing, trusted voices, repeated forms. The species has begun to store adaptation in culture, and once that happens, the human past no longer disappears when bodies die. It lingers, instructs, and takes command. If memory becomes inheritance, then childhood becomes the place where that inheritance is installed. And here, the human story takes another turn that is as quiet as it is radical. Human beings do not simply learn more than other animals. They are given far more time to learn. This is not a small biological detail. It is one of the defining conditions of the species. A human child arrives unfinished to a degree that would be catastrophic without sustained care. It cannot walk, feed itself, defend itself, or navigate the environment with any reliability. Its instincts are present, but they are not enough. What fills that gap is not just parental protection. It is prolonged exposure to a social world that shapes behavior far beyond what instinct alone could achieve. In evolutionary terms, this is a dangerous strategy. A long childhood increases vulnerability. It demands resources, attention, and coordination from the group. A child who takes years to become competent is a burden unless that delay produces an advantage later. What survives in the record suggests that, for humans, it does. The delay allows the brain to remain flexible, open to influence, capable of absorbing patterns that are not fixed at birth. Instead of arriving equipped with narrow, specialized responses, the human child arrives ready to be shaped by whatever environment it is born into. This flexibility is the foundation of cultural inheritance. Without it, memory could not pass effectively across generations. The consequences reach deep into the structure of the mind. A child does not simply observe behavior. It is trained by repetition, correction, approval, and disapproval. It learns when to speak, when to stay silent, when to approach, when to withdraw, when to eat, when to wait, when to show deference, when to assert. None of these patterns exist fully formed at birth. They are installed gradually, often before the child can reflect on them consciously. What begins as guidance becomes habit, and habit becomes second nature. This is where instinct begins to lose its monopoly. The organism still feels hunger, fear, curiosity, and desire. But those feelings are increasingly filtered through learned responses. This filtering process is not gentle. It often involves conflict between impulse and expectation. A child reaches, grabs, cries, resists, tests limits. The group responds, "Not that way. Wait, share, stay, watch, do it again." The child's nervous system adapts to these pressures. It learns that not every urge leads to action. It learns that behavior is monitored. It learns that approval brings safety and disapproval brings risk. Over time, external correction becomes internal regulation. The voice that once came from others begins to echo inside the mind. This is one of the most profound psychological developments in human history, though it leaves almost no direct trace in archaeology. The species begins to carry its social rules within itself. Scholars still debate how early and how strongly these processes emerged, because the evidence must be inferred from later behavior, brain development, and comparative anthropology. But no single explanation of human success can avoid this conclusion. Long childhood and intensive learning are central. What survives in the record suggests that humans invest heavily in shaping the young, not only physically, but behaviorally. The child becomes a project, not in the modern sense of structured education, but in the deeper sense of molding a being whose instincts alone are insufficient. There is a lesser-known detail in developmental psychology that helps illuminate this process. Human children are unusually sensitive to social cues. They look where others look. They follow pointing gestures. They imitate not just outcomes but methods, even when those methods are inefficient. This tendency, sometimes called over-imitation, may seem irrational at first glance. Why copy unnecessary steps? But in a world where knowledge is cumulative and often opaque, copying faithfully can preserve techniques whose purpose is not immediately obvious. The child learns to trust the pattern before fully understanding it. This is both a strength and a vulnerability. It allows complex practices to survive, but it also allows arbitrary or outdated ones to persist. The length of childhood also changes the role of play. Play is not simply recreation, it is rehearsal. Through play, children experiment with roles, practice coordination, test boundaries, and simulate adult behavior in low-risk conditions. They hunt small animals, mimic tool use, enact social scenarios, explore physical limits. Instinct provides the drive to play, but culture shapes what is practiced. A child in one environment may rehearse tracking and foraging. In another, social negotiation and storytelling. In every case, the body's being trained to act within a learned world, not just a natural one. This extended learning period also deepens emotional bonds. Care is not brief, it stretches across years. Attachment becomes layered, complex, reinforced through repeated interaction. The child depends on multiple individuals, parents, siblings, extended kin, possibly unrelated group members. This network of care creates a dense social environment in which behavior is constantly observed and adjusted. It also creates obligations. Those who invest in the young expect returns in loyalty, support, and continuity. The child grows not only into a body but into a position within a social structure. Instinct alone does not define that position. It is assigned, negotiated, and maintained through shared understanding. There is a cost hidden in this system. A being shaped so deeply by its environment becomes vulnerable to that environment in ways instinct-driven animals are not. If the social world is stable and adaptive, the individual benefits. If it is harsh, inconsistent, or misguided, the individual carries those patterns forward. Culture can produce skill and cooperation, but it can also produce fear, rigidity, and internal conflict. The same mechanisms that allow humans to learn complex hunting strategies or ecological knowledge can also teach them to suppress impulses in damaging ways, or to follow rules that no longer serve survival. This ambiguity never disappears. It is built into the system from the beginning. The brain reflects this tension. Human brains continue developing long after birth, especially in areas related to decision-making, impulse control, and social understanding. This prolonged development allows experience to shape neural pathways in ways that would not be possible in a fully pre-programmed system. It also means that early experiences have lasting effects. Patterns learned in childhood can become deeply ingrained, influencing behavior long into adulthood. The individual is not simply an expression of genetic inheritance, but a product of accumulated interactions. This is where the idea of instinct begins to shift in meaning. Instinct does not vanish, but it becomes less decisive in shaping behavior. A child may feel fear, but whether that fear leads to flight, freezing, or controlled observation depends on what has been learned. A child may feel hunger, but whether it eats immediately or waits depends on social training. A child may feel anger, but whether it strikes or restrains itself depends on group norms. The raw signals remain, but their expression is increasingly mediated. The human organism becomes a site of negotiation between biological impulse and learned expectation. This negotiation produces something new, identity shaped over time. An animal guided mainly by instinct behaves in ways largely consistent across its species. A human shaped by culture can vary dramatically depending on the environment into which it is born. One group may value sharing, another competition. One may emphasize restraint, another aggression. One may organize life around kinship, another around hierarchy or ritual. The same biological foundation can support many different behavioral systems. This variability is one of the reasons humans can occupy such a wide range of environments. But it also means that there is no single natural way to be human. Nature provides the base. Culture builds the structure. There is also an emerging internal dimension. As children learn to regulate their behavior according to social expectations, they begin to develop an awareness of themselves as agents within a system of rules. They anticipate consequences. They monitor their own actions. They feel approval and shame. These experiences are not purely instinctive. They arise from living in a world where behavior is evaluated and remembered over time. This can lead to a sense of self that is partly constructed from external feedback. The individual becomes not only a body reacting to stimuli, but a mind reflecting on its own actions. This reflective capacity is still developing in early human societies, and its full expression will take much longer to emerge. But the foundations are here. A being that can remember past actions, anticipate future outcomes, and adjust behavior accordingly is no longer bound to the immediate present in the same way as other animals. It lives across time. Childhood is the period in which this temporal awareness is trained and reinforced. The child learns that actions have consequences beyond the moment, that relationships persist, that reputation matters, that the future can be influenced by present choices. What survives in the record suggests that this extended developmental period becomes one of the key drivers of human evolution. It allows for the accumulation of knowledge, the refinement of social systems, and the emergence of increasingly complex behaviors. It also creates a species that is deeply dependent on its own cultural structures. Without those structures, the individual cannot function effectively. Instinct alone is no longer sufficient. By this point, the transformation is undeniable. Humans are still animals, still governed by biological needs and impulses. But those impulses are no longer the sole drivers of behavior. They are being shaped, redirected, and sometimes overridden by learned patterns. Childhood becomes the bridge between biology and culture, the place where instinct is modified into something more flexible and more controlled. And this bridge is not optional. It is built into the species. Every human must cross it. Every human must learn to live not only by what the body demands, but by what the group expects. This is the cost and the power of being human. The cost is dependence, vulnerability, and the risk of error. The power is adaptability, cooperation, and the ability to build worlds that extend far beyond the limits of instinct. From this point onward, the human story cannot be told as a simple continuation of animal behavior. It becomes a story of training, transmission, and transformation. The instincts remain, but they are no longer enough. The species has committed to a different path, one that requires time, patience, and the shaping influence of others. And once that path is taken, there is no easy return. By the time childhood becomes a system of training rather than mere growth, the human relationship with the physical world has already begun to shift in a way that no other species quite achieves. Tools are no longer just extensions of the body. They are becoming extensions of intention, and intention, unlike instinct, does not have to wait for the environment to present a problem. It can imagine the problem first and then build toward it. This is where the human story takes another decisive turn. The species stops merely adapting to the world and begins, in small but meaningful ways, to redesign its place within it. At first glance, a tool is a simple thing: a sharpened edge, a shaped point, a digging stick, a scraping surface. But what survives in the archaeological record suggests something more layered. A tool often carries evidence of multiple steps, each requiring foresight. Raw material is selected not just for availability but for quality. A particular type of stone fractures in predictable ways. A certain wood bends without breaking. A binding material holds under tension. None of this is obvious without experience, and once learned, it must be remembered and repeated. The tool is therefore not just an object. It is a stored sequence of actions, a compressed history of decisions that can be carried, reused, and taught. This is where imagination begins to leave its mark. To make a tool in advance is to hold a future scenario in mind. To refine that tool over generations is to imagine that scenario with increasing precision. A cutting edge is not just for cutting. It is for a particular kind of cut, in a particular context, on a particular material. A spear is not just for striking. It is for a specific distance, angle, and prey behavior. As tools become more specialized, they reveal a mind that is no longer satisfied with general solutions. It wants control. It wants predictability. It wants to reduce uncertainty before the moment of action arrives. Scholars still debate how quickly this specialization develops and how widespread it becomes at different times and places. The evidence remains uneven. Some regions show long periods of relative stability, where tool forms change slowly. Others show bursts of innovation. No single explanation fully accounts for these patterns. Environmental pressure, population density, social transmission, and random variation all likely play roles. But across these variations, a consistent trend appears. Humans increasingly invest in shaping their environment through designed objects rather than responding to it only with the body. This shift has subtle but far-reaching consequences. A tool changes the relationship between effort and outcome. Without a tool, the body must do everything directly. With a tool, effort can be redirected, amplified, or conserved. A digging stick allows access to roots otherwise unreachable. A cutting edge opens carcasses more efficiently. A projectile extends reach beyond the limits of the arm. Each of these changes alters the feedback loop between action and reward. The body begins to trust not only its own strength and reflexes, but the reliability of constructed solutions. That trust is not automatic. It must be learned. A poorly made tool fails. A badly thrown spear misses. A weak binding breaks at the worst moment. The individual must develop not only physical skill, but confidence in the system of tools itself. This is another form of waiting. The tool is prepared, carried, maintained, and then used at the right time. It represents delayed action made tangible. And because tools can be shared, exchanged, and inherited, they become part of the collective memory of the group. There is a lesser-known detail in tool studies that highlights this collective aspect. Some tools show signs of being resharpened, repaired, or modified multiple times. This suggests not only reuse but ongoing investment. A tool is not discarded at the first sign of wear. It is maintained. Maintenance requires foresight and discipline. It also requires a sense of value that extends beyond immediate use. The object becomes something worth preserving. This is a step toward a more abstract relationship with material things. The tool is no longer just a momentary solution. It is a resource with a future. As tools become more complex, they also begin to require coordination. A single individual may not always produce every component. One person may specialize in shaping stone, another in preparing wood, another in binding materials. Even if full specialization is rare in early periods, the potential for distributed skill is present. This introduces a new layer of dependence. Individuals rely not only on their own abilities but on the abilities of others. The group becomes an interconnected system of knowledge and production. This interdependence reinforces the earlier developments of waiting and cultural inheritance. A person who depends on others for tools must trust that those tools will be made correctly and delivered on time. A person who contributes to the group must meet expectations. Failure in one part of the system can affect the whole. This creates pressure for consistency, reliability, and shared standards. The group begins to develop implicit rules about how things should be done. These rules are not written, but they are enforced through success and failure, approval and correction. The environment itself starts to bear the marks of this new relationship. Repeated tool use can alter landscapes in subtle ways. Areas may be cleared, paths established, resources concentrated or depleted. Fire, already a transformative force, can be used more deliberately to manage vegetation, encourage certain plant growth, or drive animals. These practices are still limited in scale compared to later agriculture, but they represent an important shift. Humans are no longer just inhabitants of ecosystems, they are participants in shaping them. This participation requires a different kind of awareness. The individual must understand not only immediate cause and effect, but delayed consequences. Burning an area may produce new growth later. Overharvesting may reduce future availability. A successful technique may need to be repeated in a particular way to maintain its effectiveness. These insights are not purely instinctive. They emerge from observation, memory, and shared knowledge. They are part of the growing layer of culture that sits on top of biological impulse. There is also a psychological shift embedded in tool use. A tool creates distance between the body and the world. A cutting edge means the hand does not touch the material directly. A projectile means the body does not need to be in immediate contact with the target. This distance can reduce risk, but it also changes perception. The world becomes something that can be acted upon from a remove. This is a subtle form of control, and it may contribute to the development of more abstract thinking. The individual begins to see possibilities beyond direct interaction. Imagination, in this context, becomes a practical skill. It is not fantasy for its own sake. It is the ability to envision a sequence of actions and their outcomes before they occur. To shape a tool is to simulate its use. To plan a hunt is to anticipate movement and response. To manage fire is to predict behavior under different conditions. These mental simulations allow humans to prepare for situations that have not yet happened. They are a powerful complement to instinct, which operates mainly on immediate cues. What survives in the record suggests that this imaginative capacity grows alongside tool complexity. As tools become more refined, the required mental models become more detailed. The individual must hold multiple variables in mind: material properties, force, angle, timing, environmental conditions. This is not a rejection of instinct, but an expansion of cognitive space. The brain is being used in ways that extend beyond immediate survival reactions. This expansion has social implications as well. Teaching a tool-making technique requires communication that can convey sequence and intention. Demonstration, imitation, correction, and perhaps increasingly complex forms of language all play roles. The learner must not only copy but understand enough to reproduce the process. This deepens the earlier pattern of cultural inheritance. Knowledge is not just passed on, it is elaborated. There is also a risk inherent in this system. As tools become more central to survival, dependence on them increases. A group that loses access to key materials or knowledge may be at a disadvantage. A technique that fails under new conditions can have serious consequences. The flexibility that tools provide is balanced by the need to maintain and adapt them. This is another form of vulnerability introduced by the move away from pure instinct. By now, the human world is clearly different from that of other animals. Instinct still operates, but it is increasingly supplemented by layers of learned behavior, planned action, and constructed solutions. The body no longer meets the environment alone. It is accompanied by tools, knowledge, and expectations shaped by generations of experience. This transformation does not happen in a single moment. It unfolds gradually, unevenly, across different regions and populations. But the direction is clear. Humans are becoming a species that does not simply react to the world, but anticipates and modifies it. The gap between impulse and action, first opened by waiting and memory, is now filled with design. And once design enters the picture, the relationship between humans and their environment changes permanently. The world is no longer just something to be survived. It is something to be worked on, shaped, and understood in ways that go beyond instinct. The animal remains, but it is now accompanied by a builder. Once humans begin building tools for imagined futures, another threshold comes into view, and this one may be even stranger than fire or planning. A tool changes the material world. A symbol changes the invisible one. It creates meaning that does not exist in the object itself, and then asks others to behave as if that meaning is real. This is an extraordinary power, a mark on a surface, a gesture repeated with shared understanding, a sound that stands for an absent thing, a rhythm tied to memory, a place treated as forbidden or sacred. None of these can be explained by instinct alone. They belong to a species that has begun organizing life around representations. The body still sees, hears, fears, hungers, and desires. But now it also interprets, and interpretation can become stronger than immediate impulse. Language is the clearest example. Even if its origins remain among the hardest problems in human evolution, the evidence is indirect and fragmentary. Bones, genes, comparative anatomy, tool complexity, and symbolic artifacts all offer clues, but none provide a simple date when human speech suddenly becomes what it is now. Scholars still debate how gradual the process is, how much language earlier hominins possess, and when syntax, narrative, and abstraction reach recognizably modern depth. the evidence remains incomplete. Still, no single explanation fully accounts for human cooperation, cumulative culture, and symbolic behavior unless language in some increasingly powerful form is at work. Once sounds can reliably stand for things not present, the human mind gains a new way to escape the immediate. That escape changes survival. A warning can be given before danger is seen by everyone. A route can be described before it is walked. A person can be instructed not only by demonstration but by explanation. The dead can be remembered by name. The absent can still matter. Promises, threats, obligations, and plans become easier to sustain because they no longer depend only on what is physically in front of the group. Language stretches the social world across time and space. It allows humans to coordinate around things that are unseen, delayed, remembered, or imagined. In that sense, language is one of the greatest rivals instinct ever faces. Instinct commands the organism through present signals. Language allows the organism to be commanded by symbols. But language is only one part of the symbolic turn. Long before writing, people begin marking bodies, objects, and spaces with significance that cannot be reduced to practical use. Pigment appears, beads are strung, objects too fragile or too carefully shaped for ordinary utility seem to matter for display. Belonging, identity, or ritual. There are engravings, perforated shells, repeated motifs, and arrangements that suggest more than subsistence. These clues must be handled carefully. It is easy to read too much into a red stain or a scratched surface. Scholars debate many specific sites and artifacts, and the meaning of early symbolism is often uncertain. What survives in the record suggests possibility more often than certainty, yet taken together, the pattern is difficult to dismiss. Humans increasingly treat parts of the world as carriers of shared meaning. This matters because shared meaning can regulate behavior more effectively than raw force. A child who fears punishment may obey while watched. A child who believes an object, place, or act carries deeper significance may obey even while alone. A mark can indicate status. An ornament can signal alliance or maturity. A repeated gesture can transform a group of individuals into participants in the same remembered event. Symbols do not merely reflect social life, they organize it. They make possible a world in which humans respond not just to bodies and material conditions, but to ideas embedded in forms. There is a lesser-known but revealing detail in research on symbolic artifacts. Many items that appear decorative may function less as individual expression and more as social technology. A bead, pendant, pigment pattern, or body modification can announce group membership, kin alignment, age category, or shared belief at a glance. In uncertain or mobile worlds, such signals help strangers interpret one another quickly. They reduce ambiguity or, in some cases, intentionally heighten it. Either way, they show that humans are learning to carry society on the surface of the body. Nature provides the skin. Culture writes on it. Symbols also help humans endure contradiction. Instinct wants immediacy. Symbolic life introduces obligations that may run directly against it. A food may be edible but forbidden. A mating opportunity may be desirable but prohibited. A corpse may be dangerous and useless in biological terms, yet treated with care and significance. A person may fast, abstain, scar the body, give away valuable goods, or submit to painful rites for reasons that only exist inside a symbolic system. These acts are not accidental curiosities at the edge of human life. They are evidence that meaning has begun to rival appetite as a guide to action. Ritual likely emerges from this same development. Ritual, in its simplest form, is repeated behavior performed not merely for practical outcome, but for socially recognized significance. The practical and the symbolic may blend, of course. A hunt preparation may calm nerves while also invoking shared confidence. A repeated gesture before entering a dangerous place may reinforce group discipline while also expressing belief. It is not always possible to separate utility from meaning in early contexts, and scholars still debate where one ends and the other begins. Yet what survives in ethnography and archaeology alike suggests that humans are unusually drawn to repeated acts whose power lies partly in the fact that they are done together and done in a particular way. This is a major shift from instinctive response. The group is not only acting, it is performing. Performance matters because it fixes expectation. Once a gesture, phrase, or sequence becomes ritualized, deviation acquires significance. A person who does not participate properly is no longer merely inattentive. That person may be disobedient, polluted, immature, hostile, or untrustworthy. Symbols therefore create new ways to judge one another. They deepen social cohesion, but they also deepen social pressure. The body is now answerable not only to hunger and fear, not only to elders and companions, but to meanings that seem to hover above the group while being entirely produced by it. This is one of the greatest paradoxes of human life. People invent symbols, and then symbols begin ruling people. A sound is chosen, repeated, stabilized, and eventually felt as the correct word. A mark is made and then treated as a boundary, a certain stone, cave, grove, or hill becomes significant because generations behave as though it is. Over time, the original act of invention may be forgotten. The symbol appears natural, eternal, unquestionable. Instinct still murmurs beneath it. But symbolic order can drown it out. Humans will later build kingdoms, religions, legal systems, and moral codes from this capacity. Here, in earlier forms, the process is already visible. Cave and rock art offer one of the most haunting windows into this transformation. Not all markings are symbolic in the same way, and not every image can be interpreted confidently. Some may encode memory, some ritual, some teaching, some identity, some experiences now unrecoverable. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the astonishing diversity of prehistoric art. But the broad fact remains astonishing enough. Humans entered dark, difficult spaces and place images there. They paint animals, signs, hands, patterns. They return to walls that do nothing practical in the immediate sense. Whatever these works mean, they reveal minds investing labor and attention in representations. The world is no longer enough as encountered directly. It is being remade in image. There may also be a cognitive effect here that is easy to miss. Symbols allow compression. A single sign can carry a large amount of shared information. A name can summon a person not present. A pattern can evoke a story. A mark can stand for a taboo, a route, a season, or a group. This makes thought more portable and social memory more efficient. It also allows emotions to be attached to abstractions. Fear can be tied to an omen. Loyalty can be tied to an emblem. Reverence can be tied to an object. This is powerful and dangerous. An organism that can feel intensely about symbols can be moved by things that have no direct biological reality at all. That danger becomes especially important when instinct and symbol conflict. A person may suppress hunger because of ritual timing. A person may risk death because of group identity. A person may accept pain because it confers meaning or status. Such behavior can strengthen social cohesion. but it also demonstrates how far human life has moved from direct instinctive calibration. The body does not naturally value a painted sign or a spoken vow. It learns to do so through collective reinforcement. Once learned, however, the value can feel as compelling as any natural urge. Children again stand at the center of the process. A child is not born understanding why a mark matters, or why a repeated gesture must be performed in a certain order. The child learns through immersion. Certain objects are treated carefully. Certain words are spoken in certain settings. Certain places provoke quiet. Certain acts are praised, others corrected. Over time, the symbolic world becomes normal. This may be one of the most distinctive features of the species. Humans are raised inside realities made of shared imagination, not fantasy in the trivial sense, but frameworks of meaning that organize perception and action as powerfully as physical conditions do. What survives in the record suggests that this symbolic expansion does not happen everywhere at the same pace. There are bursts, absences, ambiguities, local traditions, and deep regional variation. Some symbolic practices may leave no trace at all. Spoken myths vanish unless later written. Body painting disappears with the skin. Gestures and songs dissolve into silence. Archaeology sees only fragments. Still, the fragments are enough to reveal the direction of change. Human groups are no longer held together solely by kinship, proximity, and immediate cooperation. They are beginning to live inside imagined orders. Imagined order is not a dismissal. It is one of the greatest engines of human history. It allows strangers to recognize commonality, communities to persist through time, and individuals to sacrifice for principles larger than themselves. It can also justify cruelty, exclusion, superstition, and obedience to invisible demands. The symbolic turn therefore widens the human gap from instinct in both glorious and troubling ways. It creates art and dogma, ritual solidarity and ritual punishment, shared identity and sharpened division. It allows meaning to console the species and meaning to mislead it. By now, the transformation first glimpsed around the fire has become harder to ignore. Humans do not merely delay action, they now interpret the world through layers of significance that can redirect action entirely. An object is not only what it is materially. A gesture is not only movement. A sound is not only noise. A place is not only terrain. The immediate world remains present, but it is draped in symbolic force. Hunger still tightens the body. Fear still quickens the pulse. Desire still rises. Yet above all of these, another structure is forming, composed of names, marks, stories, taboos, and rituals. This structure is one of the reasons humans can no longer simply follow instinct, even when instinct remains intact. Symbols have entered the nervous system. They tell the organism what is shameful, sacred, dangerous, admirable, polluted, permitted, forbidden, beautiful, and true. They make social life more coherent and more demanding. And once people begin living inside such meanings, they can no longer return to a purely immediate world. They are creatures of interpretation now. The body still belongs to nature, but the mind has begun serving realities that nature never made on its own. Few acts reveal the human break from instinct more clearly than what people do with the dead. Death, in biological terms, is brutally simple. A body stops moving, stops responding, stops generating warmth and intention. For most animals, that is the end of the social problem. There may be alarm, avoidance, distress, brief inspection. even signs of mourning in some species. But the logic of survival pushes the living onward. A corpse is no longer a partner, no longer a parent in the practical sense, no longer a source of protection or shared labour. It may even become a danger, attracting predators or spreading disease. Instinct, if it could speak clearly, would often say the same thing: leave it, move, preserve the living. And yet humans begin doing something else. They linger, they carry, they cover, they mark, they return. They treat the dead as though the person has not fully vanished with the body. That is a deeply unnatural act in the strict biological sense. It is not unnatural because it is wrong or rare, but because it defies immediate material logic. Time spent with the dead is time not spent gathering food, watching for danger, or moving with the group. Energy used to dig, transport, arrange, or protect a body yields no direct survival return in the short term. If ornaments, pigment, tools, or food are placed with the dead, the defiance grows even sharper. Useful objects are being removed from the economy of the living and given to someone who cannot use them. This is one of the clearest signs that human behavior has begun answering to meaning stronger than instinctive efficiency. The evidence for early mortuary behavior is complicated and often contested. Scholars still debate many specific sites, especially the deepest and most fragmentary ones. Bones can be disturbed by water, animals, later burials, collapse, and countless other forces. A body found in a pit is not always a deliberate burial. Pigment near bones does not always prove ritual. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for every case. Still, what survives in the record suggests that by the Middle Paleolithic and certainly by later periods, some human groups are doing more than disposing of bodies accidentally. They are treating death as a social event with structure. This matters because death is where instinct and culture collide with unusual force. Attachment does not vanish just because a body has ceased functioning. Anyone who has lost another living being knows that the nervous system can lag behind reality. The mind expects voice, movement, presence. Grief is partly the pain of those expectations breaking. In that sense, some care for the dead may grow from ordinary mammalian attachment carried into a new context. A mother may refuse to abandon a child immediately. Companions may remain near a body because bonds do not dissolve on command. What makes humans unusual is not that attachment persists after death, but that groups begin formalizing that persistence. Emotion becomes practice. Practice becomes custom. Custom becomes one of the foundations of symbolic life. There is a lesser-known detail here that often gets overshadowed by more dramatic grave finds. Some of the earliest evidence may not point to lavish ritual at all, but to something quieter repeated placement of bodies in specific ways or places. A corpse may be flexed, oriented, covered, or accompanied only minimally. Yet even minimal pattern matters. Pattern means memory and choice. It means the dead are not simply left where they fall. They are incorporated into a social order that extends beyond biological usefulness. That extension is one of the great human innovations, and one of the strangest. Neanderthals belong inside this story as well, though the evidence must be handled carefully. Certain sites suggest that Neanderthals sometimes placed their dead deliberately, perhaps in shallow pits or protected contexts. Scholars still debate how consistent and symbolically rich this behavior was, and some older claims have been challenged. But what survives in the record suggests that concern for the dead may not belong to Homo sapiens alone. If that is true, then the roots of mortuary behavior may lie deeper in the human family than once assumed. The implication is unsettling and beautiful at the same time. The refusal to treat death as mere disposal may have emerged before fully modern humanity, as part of a broader shift in social cognition and symbolic attention. Once burial becomes reliable, the consequences spread outward. First, burial protects the living in practical ways. It reduces the immediate presence of decay, limits access by scavengers, and creates a more controlled response to loss. Practical benefits should not be dismissed simply because symbolic meaning is present. Many human practices sit at the boundary of utility and belief, but practical benefit cannot explain everything. It does not explain the careful arrangement of limbs. The use of red ochre in some contexts, the inclusion of ornaments, tools, or animal parts, or the return to burial grounds over time. These actions indicate that the dead person still matters in some socially recognized form. That matters because a dead person who still matters exerts influence without biological presence. This is a new kind of power in the human world. It means memory itself can become an actor. A burial site fixes a person into place. It gives the group a location for grief, reverence, fear, identity, or obligation. The landscape is altered not only physically but morally. Here lies someone. That fact can shape future behavior long after the body is decomposed. A place of burial may become a place to avoid, protect, revisit, or interpret. In this way, the dead begin participating in the living world through symbol and memory. Instinct alone has no clean way to account for that. Burial also changes time. Most animals live with death as interruption. Humans increasingly live with it as continuity. The corpse is handled in ways that imply an afterlife of meaning. Whether or not a fully developed belief in an afterlife exists, that distinction matters. People need not imagine a detailed supernatural realm in order to treat the dead as more than waste. What survives in the record suggests many possible motives: attachment, respect, fear of the dead, concern for pollution, belief in continued presence, assertion of kin ties, claiming of territory, preservation of identity. No single explanation fully accounts for the diversity of burial practices, but all of them point toward the same broad transformation. Death has become culturally mediated. The emotional cost of this change is difficult to measure, but it was likely immense. Once the dead are treated ceremonially, grief acquires structure. Structure can help the living endure loss, but it can also deepen the sense that death matters beyond the body's cessation. A body wrapped, placed, painted, or accompanied is not simply gone. It is being translated into another social state. This may be consoling. It may also be frightening. Many mortuary traditions in later societies combine tenderness with anxiety, reverence with danger. The dead are beloved, but also potent. They require correct handling. That duality likely has deep roots. The corpse is at once intimate and alien, familiar in form yet emptied of the person it once held. Symbolic treatment helps humans manage that unbearable contradiction. Children learning these practices absorb an extraordinary lesson. They're taught that a body is not only flesh. They see adults behave toward the dead with seriousness, hesitation, perhaps tenderness, perhaps fear. They learn that a person's social existence does not end instantly when breathing stops. This is one of the strongest possible educations against pure instinct. The young are being shown that meaning survives function, that the invisible claims of kinship, memory, or belief can override the immediate logic of decay. Once learned deeply enough, such a lesson changes everything. It prepares the mind to accept obligations to ancestors, the sanctity of graves, the authority of tradition, and eventually vast imagined communities stretching across generations. There may also be an ecological dimension. burial grounds can anchor groups to places. If the dead are placed in meaningful locations, those locations may become part of a community's identity. A landscape with graves is no longer neutral territory. It is inhabited by memory. This may strengthen attachment to place, reinforce claims of belonging, and deepen the continuity of occupation. Again, practical and symbolic motives may overlap, but what survives in the record suggests that the overlap itself is part of the point. Human beings are learning to bind land, kinship, and meaning together in ways no instinctive roaming pattern could fully dictate. Some of the most striking graves from later prehistory contain grave goods so deliberate that the implication is hard to avoid. Beads, tools, animal remains, pigments, carefully chosen positions, these are gestures toward a reality beyond direct material use. Yet even here caution matters. A grave good does not always prove belief in a fully formed afterlife. It may signal status, affection, role, identity, or communal display. Scholars still debate many interpretations. The evidence remains incomplete, but in every plausible reading, the same essential fact remains: humans are willing to act as though the dead remain socially significant. That is enough to mark a major departure from instinctive behavior. What begins in burial eventually radiates into wider forms of ancestral thinking. The dead can be remembered, named, feared, appealed to, or used as moral witnesses. A person behaves differently if the group believes the dead continue to matter. Shame may now extend backward toward ancestors and forward toward descendants. Duty becomes thicker. Time becomes populated. The living are no longer alone in the present. They stand between those who came before and those yet to come. Burial does not create all of this immediately, but it opens the door. It teaches the group that absence can still command action. There is an irony here that cuts to the heart of the human condition. The same species that becomes more powerful by planning, tool-making, and self-control also becomes more burdened by grief, obligation, and memory. Caring for the dead is one of the noblest and most haunting expressions of that burden. It reveals tenderness strong enough to resist utility, but it also reveals a mind increasingly unable to let the world remain only what it materially is. A body becomes a symbol. A place becomes sacred or forbidden. The past becomes active. Humans step farther away from instinct not only through reason, but through devotion to things that reason alone cannot justify. This is why burial is so important in the story of human transformation. It is not simply evidence of compassion, though compassion may be present. It is evidence that human groups are beginning to live according to meanings that reorganize reality itself. They do not merely see the body, they see the person, the memory, the relation, the invisible status conferred by death. They respond to those things as though they are real because, in the human world, they are real, not biologically, not materially in the narrow sense, but socially and psychologically with enormous force. By now, the widening gap between impulse and action has become impossible to mistake. The instinctive logic of survival would often favor abandoning the dead quickly and moving on. Humans increasingly do the opposite. They stop, gather, hold, dig, cover, mark, and remember. They sacrifice time and effort for a body that cannot repay them. They treat loss not as interruption only, but as transition. In doing so, they reveal something central to the species. Humans do not merely endure death. They organize themselves around it. And once they do that, the world becomes permanently crowded with unseen presences. The living carry the dead in memory, in place, in ritual, in obligation. The grave is one of the first monuments to the fact that instinct no longer rules alone. The organism may know that the body has ended. The human being knows, or chooses to know, something more. Once the dead begin exerting claims on the living, it becomes easier for the living to make claims on one another that no instinct by itself would ever generate. This is where human communities begin crossing another threshold. They do not merely cooperate because cooperation is useful in the moment. They begin constructing rules that must be obeyed even when obedience feels costly, unnatural, or unreasonable to the body. A person does not take that mate. A person does not eat that food. A person does not cross that boundary, strike that relative, touch that object, or violate that order. Some of these rules are practical, some are social compromises, some may grow from ecological experience, others from symbolic association, fear, kinship logic, or habits whose original purpose has already faded. What matters is that they become stronger than impulse. The group starts building obligations designed precisely to restrain instinct. This is one of the most decisive and difficult moments in the making of humanity. An animal can be aggressive, affiliative, territorial, nurturing, cautious, or curious by evolved tendency. But a rule is something else. A rule tells the organism not merely what it wants or fears, but what it is allowed to do. That distinction matters enormously. The body may be full of desire, resentment, appetite, jealousy, and hunger, but the community now inserts itself between feeling and action. It says no. It says not here. It says not with that person. It says wait your turn, share the kill, respect the elder, avoid the taboo, honor the dead, protect the child, control your hand. This is not a simple extension of instinct. It is a social technology for overriding instinct before instinct tears the group apart. Kinship systems may be among the earliest and most powerful examples. Human groups are too socially dense, too dependent, and too vulnerable to internal conflict to leave reproduction entirely to immediate opportunity. Access to mates affects alliances, paternity, inheritance of role, and household stability long before formal inheritance exists in later agricultural form. What survives in ethnographic comparison and anthropological theory suggests that nearly all human societies regulate sexual and reproductive relations far more than instinct alone would require. The details vary enormously, and projecting recent systems directly backward into deep prehistory is risky. The evidence remains incomplete. Still, no single explanation fully accounts for the stability of human groups unless some forms of mate regulation, incest avoidance, alliance building, and sexual discipline emerge quite early. In simpler terms, humans learn that unrestricted impulse can destabilize everything. Incest taboos are especially revealing here, not because their exact origins are simple, but because they show how something biologically and socially dangerous can become encoded into powerful cultural prohibition. There may be instinctive aversions at work in some contexts. There may also be demographic, alliance, and developmental reasons why close kin reproduction becomes heavily regulated. Scholars still debate how much of incest avoidance is biological, how much cultural, and how different mechanisms interact. But what survives across societies suggests a striking pattern. Humans are unusual in turning such matters into explicit or semi-explicit moral boundaries. The body alone does not carry the whole burden. The group does. It tells people whom they may not desire, or at least whom they may not act upon, even when desire exists. Food taboos reveal a similar process. Not all food restrictions arise from ecology, but some likely do. Certain substances may be dangerous under specific conditions. Certain animals may be too rare, too symbolically charged, too valuable in other ways, or too associated with pollution and disease to be consumed casually. Over time, practical caution can harden into sacred or social rule. A thing ceases to be merely inadvisable and becomes forbidden. Once that happens, the organism is being trained to distrust its own opportunism. Hunger says eat what is available. Rule says not that. The refusal may preserve health, identity, hierarchy, or symbolic order. It may also become arbitrary. The point is not whether every taboo is rational. The point is that taboo itself is a human instrument for disciplining instinct. This discipline is rarely gentle. Rules need teeth. In small groups without written law or permanent institutions, enforcement likely begins through memory, reputation, threat, ridicule, exclusion, and retaliation. A person who takes too much, approaches the wrong partner, violates a burial custom, hoards a resource, or disregards a dangerous prohibition may provoke anger far out of proportion to the immediate act. That intensity is revealing. It means the group experiences rule-breaking not merely as inconvenience but as threat to order. Once order becomes essential to survival, policing it becomes emotionally charged. Shame and punishment enter the human world not as later corruptions but as early tools of social regulation. There is a lesser-known but important anthropological point here. Many small-scale societies rely less on centralized command than on distributed social pressure. Gossip, mockery, disapproval, selective generosity, public correction, and threatened withdrawal of cooperation can be extraordinarily effective. These mechanisms leave little archaeological trace, yet they may have shaped human behavior for tens of thousands of years. What survives in the record suggests only the consequences, not the conversations, but the logic is compelling. In groups where everyone depends on everyone else, reputation becomes a form of survival currency. To be known as unreliable, greedy, dangerous, or taboo-breaking can be disastrous. The mind begins internalizing the group's gaze. That internalization changes the nervous system's role. Fear is no longer only fear of predators, heights, storms, or attack. It becomes fear of disapproval, fear of contamination, fear of crossing invisible lines, fear of becoming the sort of person others cannot trust. This is one of the clearest ways culture starts occupying the emotional machinery built by evolution. The same biological systems that once kept a primate alive in the presence of physical threat are recruited to manage symbolic and moral threat. The pulse quickens not only at rustling grass, but at the possibility of social violation. Humans become creatures who can be punished by ideas. Kinship obligations deepen this further. A child is not just a young organism needing food and protection. A child is someone's child, someone's sibling, someone's future ally, someone tied into a network of mutual claims. A wound inflicted on one person can ripple across multiple relationships. A sexual union can create obligations beyond the individuals involved. A refusal to share may insult not just a hungry companion but an entire kin cluster. The group becomes increasingly structured by roles that are socially remembered and enforced. Instinctive attachment may provide the foundation, but role obligation extends far beyond instinct. A person may care for someone not because affection is immediate, but because the social order says that care is required. This is the beginning of a difficult human achievement, the ability to obey abstract relationships. A mother-child bond is rooted deeply in biology, but the obligation of a mother's brother, a father's sister, and a final partner a ritual elder, or an in-law belongs increasingly to culture. The closer humans move towards such structured roles, the more their behavior is guided by learned maps of relation rather than by instinct alone. In later societies, these maps become astonishingly elaborate. But even in early forms, their importance is profound. They help distribute duties, reduce uncertainty, and manage conflict across larger networks than immediate impulse would sustain on its own. Rules stronger than impulse also create the possibility of fairness, or at least of expected distribution. Without norms, access to food or mates might default too often to brute dominance, opportunistic theft, or constant conflict. Norms do not eliminate hierarchy or aggression, but they can limit them. A successful hunter may still gain status, yet meat may be shared under recognized expectations. A powerful individual may still command fear, yet there may be lines that cannot be crossed without consequence. Scholars still debate how egalitarian many early foraging groups really were, and the evidence remains incomplete. Yet what survives in ethnographic analogy and archaeological inference suggests that many human societies developed ways of curbing raw dominance, precisely because unrestrained dominance destabilizes cooperation. Rule emerges not as moral perfection, but as anti-chaos technology. This creates a paradox that never leaves human life. Rules constrain the strong, but they also constrain everyone else. They can protect the vulnerable, and they can trap them. They can keep peace, and they can enforce cruelty. The same social capacity that produces obligations not to hoard or violate kin boundaries can also produce rigid roles, exclusion, and fear of transgression. A taboo may preserve social cohesion in one context and irrational suffering in another. A punishment may deter destructive behavior, or simply terrorize. No single explanation fully accounts for the moral content of early rules, because moral content is not their first function. Their first function is order, and order depends on repetition. A rule followed once is not yet a rule. It becomes one when the group remembers it, expects it, teaches it, and reacts when it is broken. Children must absorb it early enough that it feels natural. Adults must repeat it often enough that it becomes self-enforcing. Ritual may help here, as may stories, warning examples, kinship recitations, burial practices, and ordinary daily correction. Slowly. What began as contingent social management starts hardening into the human environment itself. The organism grows inside a web of invisible fences. Some are practical, some symbolic, some arbitrary, some wise. But together they produce a life that instinct alone could never design. There is also a hidden cognitive effect. Once people live among rules, they begin categorizing the world differently. Things are not merely edible or inedible, dangerous or safe, attractive or unattractive. They become permitted or forbidden, clean or unclean, proper or improper, ours or theirs, elder's share or child's portion, marriageable or prohibited, sacred or ordinary. These categories reorganize perception. A person learns not just what the thing is materially, but what the thing is socially. This is a profound enrichment of thought, and also a profound complication. The world becomes legible through norms, and once norms shape perception, instinct is no longer seeing alone. What survives in the record suggests that this normative world expands gradually but relentlessly. It begins in small act: who eats first, who may touch what, how the dead are handled, where one sleeps, when one speaks, how one approaches fire, whose child receives attention, who may pair with whom. Over time, these acts thicken into expectation, expectation into obligation, obligation into identity. A reliable person is someone who obeys the order even when immediate desire pulls elsewhere. A dangerous person is someone who does not. The body may still want. The group now decides which wants are survivable. This is why the phrase "rules stronger than impulse" matters so much. It marks a decisive stage in the human move away from instinctive life. A wolf pack has rank. A troop of primates has alliances and tensions, but humans go further. They increasingly inhabit worlds where invisible standards carry authority independent of immediate force. A person may refrain not because someone stronger is present, but because the rule has been internalized. That internalization is the true revolution. It means the social world has moved into the mind. Punishment no longer has to arrive from outside every time. The individual begins policing itself. And once that happens, human communities gain a remarkable new stability. They can coordinate beyond raw instinct, distribute burdens, contain some forms of conflict, and preserve complex relationships across time, but they gain this stability at a cost. Every rule carved against impulse leaves its mark. Desire learns caution, anger learns concealment, hunger learns shame, attachment learns hierarchy. Freedom narrows, even as survival improves. The human being becomes more dependable, more legible to others, and more divided within itself. By now the old animal is still fully present, but it is living under a new regime. The pulse of instinct remains ancient and insistent, yet around it rise boundaries made of kinship, taboo, expectation, and consequence. The organism does not stop wanting. It learns that wanting is not enough. The group has discovered something both powerful and dangerous if people can be trained to obey invisible rules. Then life no longer needs to be governed by immediate drives alone. It can be governed by order, and order, once born, will only grow. Once humans begin obeying rules stronger than impulse, the step into agriculture is no longer unimaginable. It is still enormous, still difficult, still uneven across different regions of the world. But the psychological ground has been prepared. Farming is not simply a new way of getting food. It is a new contract with time, labor, land, and restraint. A forager may already plan, wait, share, remember, and observe seasonal return. A farmer must do all of that more intensely and more continuously. Seeds are selected and withheld from immediate consumption. Land is cleared months before it yields anything. Daily effort is poured into futures that can still fail through drought, flood, pests, disease, or conflict. The body does not naturally love this arrangement. In many ways, agriculture deepens the species' separation from instinctive living more than any earlier change. That is why the agricultural transition is so revealing. For most of human existence, people live by hunting, gathering, fishing, and flexible mobility. These ways of life are not simple, primitive, or careless. They require knowledge of extraordinary depth, but they also allow a certain responsiveness to the landscape. If one patch fails, another may succeed. If a resource declines, movement remains possible. Agriculture narrows that flexibility. It ties people to planted ground, to calendars, to cycles of work that must be followed whether the individual feels like it or not. A field does not care about mood, appetite, or fatigue. It demands timing. Miss the sowing window and the season may be lost. Neglect weeding, watering, storage, or protection, and months of effort vanish. Farming trains entire populations into a discipline of delayed return far harsher than the older acts of waiting round a hearth or preparing a tool. The transition does not happen everywhere in the same way or for the same reasons. Scholars still debate its causes intensely. Climate stability after the last ice age may matter in some regions. Population pressure likely matters in others. The availability of domesticable plants and animals is clearly important, though opportunity alone does not explain why some groups adopt agriculture and others do not, or why some abandon it after experimenting. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the diversity of pathways into cultivation. What survives in the record suggests multiple beginnings, false starts, mixed economies, and long periods where foraging and farming overlap. Yet despite this complexity, one pattern is unmistakable once agriculture takes hold. Human behavior becomes organized around routines that instinct alone would never have designed. The most obvious example is the seed itself. A hungry organism should eat available calories now. A farming community must do something stranger. It must set aside part of its food not for current use but for planting. This is delayed gratification formalized into a system. The seed is edible, visible, tangible, and valuable, yet it is withheld in trust that it will become more later. Such trust can be broken by panic, hunger, theft, poor harvests, or short-term need for agriculture to persist. Communities must repeatedly suppress the instinct to consume everything present. They must treat the future harvest as morally and practically more important than immediate appetite. That is a remarkable demand to place on a primate nervous system shaped by scarcity. There is also the problem of monotony. Hunting and gathering require flexibility, attention, and often bursts of intense effort mixed with movement across varied terrain. Farming often requires repetition, digging, sowing, weeding, watering, harvesting, grinding, storing, mending fences, protecting fields, clearing stones, tending animals, hauling burdens, watching for rot. These are cyclical and often exhausting tasks. What survives in skeletal evidence from early agricultural populations frequently suggests heavier physical strain, repetitive stress, nutritional narrowing in some cases, and increased exposure to disease associated with sedentism and crowding. This is one of the great ironies of the human story. The move toward more controlled food production does not always improve immediate quality of life. In some early farming communities, bodies become shorter, sicker, or more burdened. The evidence varies by region and period, but the broader pattern is clear enough to disturb any simple story of progress. Humans are not adopting agriculture because it is effortlessly better for every individual body. They are entering a system that can support more people, more stored surplus, and eventually more complexity, but at real cost. This cost helps explain why agriculture is never just a technical change. It requires new habits of obedience. A person must rise to tasks dictated by season rather than by immediate preference. Children must learn scheduled labor. Animals, once hunted or avoided, may now be penned, fed, bred, culled, and protected according to human plans. Land itself becomes something closer to property, or at least controlled territory in more rigid ways than many mobile lifeways demand. Boundaries matter more, trespass matters more. Inheritance begins to thicken because what is worked, stored, and built can persist in place. The body that once followed resources is now increasingly told to stay put and compel resources to grow nearby. There is a lesser-known but important psychological shift embedded in this. Foragers live by reading ecosystems in motion. Farmers live increasingly by imposing expectation onto ecosystems. A field is not just a patch of land. It is a projection of intention. People plant because they believe the world can be made to return what they have invested in it. This creates a new kind of anxiety. A hunter may fail because prey is absent. A farmer may fail because an entire season collapses after months of labour. The emotional stakes of expectation become heavier. Time itself becomes loaded. Rain arriving too early, too late, or not at all can undo everything. Instinctive life remains vulnerable to weather, of course, but agricultural life multiplies the scale of future-dependent risk. It ties survival to schedules that can be shattered by forces outside human control. That vulnerability may help explain the rise of increasingly formal ritual around planting, fertility, harvest, and weather in many later agricultural societies. The evidence for the earliest ideological responses varies, and caution is necessary when linking symbolic systems too neatly to subsistence systems. Yet what survives in the archaeological and ethnographic record suggests that once people depend on delayed, fragile agricultural returns, they often develop stronger ritualized relationships to season, land, ancestors, and unseen powers. This makes sense. A species already inclined towards symbolic order now faces a system in which months of discipline hinge on invisible processes in soil, sky, seed, and time. Ritual can provide coherence, hope, communal timing, and a sense of negotiated control. It can also deepen conformity. A failed harvest may now invite not just practical fear, but moral interpretation. Storage intensifies this entire world. Once grain, pulses, dried foods, or other storable resources accumulate, the social consequences are enormous. A stored surplus must be protected from weather, rot, vermin, theft, and waste. Someone monitors it. Someone allocates it. Someone decides how much is kept for seed, how much for winter, how much for exchange, how much for ritual, how much for the powerful. This introduces new possibilities for hierarchy and dependence. A hungry person in a foraging band may negotiate directly within a flexible social network. A hungry person in a storage economy may depend increasingly on access controlled by others. The distance between appetite and satisfaction grows. Instinct wants food now. Society answers with accounting. Domesticated animals deepen the pattern. A herd or flock is not a wild resource encountered when opportunity presents itself. It is a managed population requiring continuous attention. Breeding, culling, milking, guarding, feeding through lean periods, protecting young and controlling movement all require humans to maintain rules over living creatures and, by extension, over themselves. The person cannot simply chase personal preference through the day. Animals impose schedules just as fields do. Dawn, dusk, season, pregnancy, disease, pasture cycles all become part of the human calendar. This is one of the strangest reversals in history. Humans domesticate animals, but domestication also domesticates humans. It binds them to routines, spaces, and responsibilities that narrow the range of instinctive spontaneity. Children growing up in such communities are shaped from the start by labour regimes no wild-born organism would invent. They learn to weed rows, guard seedlings, carry water, grind grain, sweep storage areas, watch animals, mend enclosures, and anticipate seasonal tasks long before those tasks feel meaningful in any abstract sense. Their bodies are trained into agricultural time. They learn that much of life consists of repetitive work serving a harvest far in the future, or preserving a surplus they may not immediately enjoy. This is not merely economic training. It is a remaking of the human nervous system around discipline. Scholars sometimes emphasize that early farming communities do not instantly become dense, stratified states, and that is true. Many remain small, kin-based, and variable. But even before formal states arise, agriculture creates conditions that favor stronger property concepts, deeper attachment to place, sharper conflict over land and water, and more durable inequality. What survives in settlement patterns, burials, storage features, and environmental evidence suggests that sedentary life allows wealth, obligation, and deprivation to become more visible and persistent. A person can now possess more than the body can carry. A household can rise above another, not only in prestige but in stored resources. A lineage can claim continuity through land and grain as much as through memory. Instinct never prepared humans for these kinds of accumulations. Culture must now teach people how to desire them, guard them, envy them, and submit to those who hold them. There is another irony here. Agriculture appears to promise greater control over nature, and in one sense it delivers. It makes landscapes more predictable in human terms, increases local yields of selected resources, and supports larger populations. Yet it also makes humans more dependent on narrow ecological arrangements. A foraging group may exploit many foods. A farming village may rely heavily on a few crops. This can create fragility on a frightening scale. Drought, blight, salinization. Erosion or pests can now threaten not just an opportunistic food source, but the entire structure of life. The more people commit to cultivation, the more they bind themselves to systems that require relentless maintenance. The freedom from instinctive living comes paired with a new captivity to schedules and landscapes of their own making. No single explanation fully accounts for why so many human groups eventually accept this bargain. Part of the answer may lie in numbers. Farming can support denser populations, and once population rises, returning to older mobile patterns becomes harder. Part of the answer may lie in security, at least in relative terms. Part lies in accumulated investment. Once fields, houses, storage pits, and herds exist, walking away is costly. And part lies in the cultural machinery already built long before agriculture waiting. Memory, symbolic order, taboo, kinship, obligation, and childhood training. Humans have already learned to live for futures they cannot yet touch. Farming simply turns that disposition into the core of survival. This is why agriculture belongs in this story not as a side development, but as one of its most dramatic confirmations. The species that once followed herds, seasons, and ripening plants now begins asking the earth to follow human instruction. It clears, plants, waters, fences, breeds, stores, and counts. It asks bodies to work according to calendars rather than impulse. It values patience over appetite, routine over spontaneity, and controlled productivity over ecological drift. It is, in every sense, an unnatural life not because it stands outside biology, but because it so heavily depends on suppressing the immediacy of biological drives in favor of learned, collective, future-oriented systems. And yet the old animal remains there, always close. It still tires, resents, hungers, desires rest, and fears loss. It may rebel against monotony, hoard in secret, eat seed grain in desperation, neglect fields, steal from storage, fight over land, or abandon settled life when pressures become unbearable. Agriculture never erases instinct. It organizes human existence against it, around it, and often in tension with it. That tension becomes the engine of a later civilization. By now, the transformation that began as a widening pause between urge and action has become a whole social order. Humans are no longer merely waiting for a meal or preserving a fire through the night. They are building entire lives on delayed return. Their food depends on obedience to season. Their land depends on constant labor. Their children depend on training into tasks they did not choose. Their social world depends on controlling appetite, sex, movement, and violence more tightly than before. The species has gone very far from the older life of mostly immediate response. The field makes that distance visible. A seed lies in the ground, hidden and vulnerable. Nothing about it satisfies the body now. Yet people kneel, dig, cover, protect, and trust. They work for what is absent. They serve a future harvest with the discipline of ritual. In that act, repeated across generations, human life becomes inseparable from self-imposed restraint. The old freedom of instinct has not vanished, but it has been fenced, ploughed under, and taught to wait for the crop. Once fields, storage, and permanent settlement begin to anchor human life, another transformation follows with almost mechanical force. Surplus accumulates unevenly. Roles begin to harden. Some people direct labor more than they perform it. Some control access to grain, water, animals, tools, or defensive structures. Some become specialist potters, builders, ritual authorities, guards, traders, scribes in later settings, because food can be extracted from others often enough to support them. Villages thicken into towns. Towns, in some places, expand into cities. And in the city, the ancient human struggle with instinct enters a new phase. What had once been handled through kinship, memory, gossip, and custom now becomes amplified by walls, institutions, records, ranks, and formal commands. Civilization does not end the old inner conflict. It scales it. The city is a remarkable invention, partly because it is so biologically improbable. Human bodies do not evolve in dense settlements packed with strangers. Stored waste, close livestock contact, noise, smoke, and disease opportunities. The nervous system is built for social worlds of limited scale, where most people are known and reputation travels through personal contact. Urban life disrupts that. Suddenly, a person may depend daily on people they do not love, do not trust, and may barely know. Food no longer comes from immediate labor alone. It arrives through systems. Protection is no longer purely communal vigilance. It becomes organized force. Obligation no longer rests only on kin and remembered exchange. It is embedded in offices, taxes, decrees, and schedules. The human being is still an animal of attachment and impulse, but now it is expected to function inside structures too large for instinct to comprehend on its own. That is why law becomes so important. In a small group, one can often rely on memory and direct pressure. In larger settlements, that becomes harder. Disputes multiply. Property must be recognized. Debts must be tracked. Boundaries must be defended. Violence must be limited. Not because humans have become gentler, but because uncontrolled retaliation can destabilize far larger systems than before. Law, in its earliest forms, is not moral philosophy made elegant. It is social restraint made durable. It takes the unwritten pressures of taboo and custom and begins hardening them into something more formal, more public, and often more coercive. The body, of course, does not automatically submit. A person still feels anger, greed, jealousy, lust, fear, exhaustion, and hunger just as intensely as any earlier ancestor. but civilization increasingly demands that those impulses be managed according to rules backed not only by social disapproval, but by punishments that can outlast personal relationships. A thief is not merely disliked. A thief may be fined, mutilated, imprisoned, enslaved, or killed depending on the culture and period. An adulterer is not only resented by kin, an adulterer may have violated a legal order tied to inheritance, property, and lineage stability. A debtor is no longer simply someone who failed to reciprocate. A debtor may now be bound by written obligation and subject to official enforcement. The old animal remains, but it is caught in a net of abstractions sharpened into institutions. Writing changes everything here, even if it begins humbly. It is tempting to imagine writing emerging from poetry, philosophy, or revelation. But in many early civilizations it grows first from accounting, administration, storage, exchange, and control. Tokens become marks, marks become records, records become systems through which grain, labor, land, and obligation can be tracked beyond the limits of memory. This is a profound change in human self-government. Cultural inheritance had already allowed memory to survive across generations. Writing allows commands and claims to survive with even less dependence on living recall. An order can now remain after the speaker is gone. A debt can follow a person across seasons. A ruler's authority can travel farther than the ruler's body. In a very real sense, writing lets institutions think beyond the brain. There is a lesser-known irony in this transition. The same species that escaped the limits of instinct through flexibility and social learning now begins building systems more rigid than instinct ever was. An instinctive animal reacts within the moment. A bureaucratic order can demand the same payment, the same labor, the same punishment, the same category, again and again, even when conditions shift. Civilization gains predictability, but often at the cost of responsiveness. This is one reason cities can feel both powerful and brittle. They channel human behavior with extraordinary force, yet sometimes do so with less subtlety than the older small-scale negotiations they replace. Hierarchy intensifies this problem. Once surplus can be stored and redistributed, some people gain leverage over others. Grain in a granary is not merely food, it is power, water access, land allocation, temple storage, military organization, control of trade routes, claims of divine sanction, ownership of draft animals. All of these can be concentrated. The result is a social world in which many humans must now obey not only custom, but strangers with authority. This is a radical development in the history of the species. Instinct prepares animals to navigate rank, yes, but usually in relatively direct settings. Civilization creates rank that is impersonal, inherited, symbolic, and often invisible in its sources. A peasant obeys a king never seen. A worker fulfills an obligation recorded on clay. A soldier marches for an emblem. These are not instinctive relationships. They are learned obedience scaled beyond face-to-face life. The costs show up in the body. Archaeology repeatedly reveals that early complex societies often produce marked inequality in diet, labor burden, housing quality, and exposure to violence. What survives in skeletons, burials, and settlement patterns suggests that civilization is not simply a story of comfort accumulating upward. Some bodies are worn down by grinding labor, carrying loads, repetitive craft production, and chronic undernourishment. Some are protected by privilege. Some are buried with display. Others vanish almost anonymously into the earth. No single explanation fully accounts for the forms inequality takes across all early civilizations, but the general lesson is hard to miss. Once humans build systems capable of controlling impulse and organizing labor at scale, those systems can produce both astonishing collective achievements and deep asymmetries of suffering. And yet people do not submit only because they are forced. Civilization also offers rewards instinct alone could never provide. Cities concentrate goods, skills, ritual spectacle, trade, protection, and identity. They can create a sense of belonging to something larger than kin. Monumental architecture, public ceremony, shared calendars, civic myths, legal recognition, and economic opportunity all make urban life meaningful as well as burdensome. Humans are symbolic animals by now. They can love the city even while it exploits them. They can feel pride in walls, temples, canals, roads, dynasties, and gods that organize their hardship into a larger story. This is one of civilization's most powerful tricks, and perhaps one of its sincerest gifts. It can turn discipline into meaning. Temples, palaces, and public works reveal this vividly. A temple is not only a building, it is a concentration of labor guided by shared belief. A canal is not only infrastructure, it is coordinated restraint extended across a landscape. A city wall is not only defense, it is stored obedience made visible in mud brick or stone. None of these arise from instinctive action in any simple sense. They require people to work under plans that exceed immediate personal reward. They require authority, trust, fear, faith, accounting, or all of them together. They are monuments to the fact that human beings can be induced to serve futures and abstractions larger than themselves, sometimes magnificently, sometimes terribly. This creates a new psychological burden. In earlier lifeways, many consequences of action remained close and legible. In civilization, a person may labor for reasons partly hidden. Grain is collected, counted, moved, redistributed. Taxes vanish into administration. Orders descend from above. Work contributes to structures whose final purpose may be only partially understood by those doing it. The human mind, evolved for smaller and more transparent networks, must now function inside systems that often exceed intuitive comprehension. That mismatch never really disappears. It may be one reason anxiety, fatalism, religious dependence, resentment, and longing for simpler forms of life recur across history. The evidence for emotion itself must often be inferred, but the structural pressures are plain enough. Civilization asks people to trust orders too large to see. The family changes under these conditions as well. Kinship still matters enormously, but households become embedded in wider legal and economic arrangements. Marriage may become more tightly regulated by property concerns. Children become labor units, heirs, apprentices, or guarantees of continuity in systems that now preserve wealth and status across generations more visibly than before. Women's bodies, in many societies, become more heavily supervised because reproduction connects directly to inheritance, labor, legitimacy, and alliance. Men's aggression may be redirected into military service or disciplined labor rather than purely local conflict. None of this is universal in the same form everywhere, but what survives in historical and archaeological records suggests that civilization often intensifies social control over sex, family, and reproduction. The body becomes a site of administration. There is also the matter of time. Agricultural life already bound people to season, but civilization multiplies temporal discipline. There are work periods, tax days, ritual calendars, storage cycles, military campaigns, market rhythms, corvée obligations, and later even more precise schedules. The day is no longer only sunlight and hunger. It is increasingly partitioned by institution. This is a profound continuation of the old human move away from instinct. The organism still grows tired and hungry in ancient ways, yet now must answer to clocks before clocks exist, to collective timings that are social rather than biological. Civilization trains whole populations to live by external rhythms. Scholars still debate whether early states arise mainly through management of irrigation and surplus, through warfare, through trade concentration, through ritual authority, or through combinations of all of these. The evidence varies regionally, and no single explanation fully accounts for every case. But whatever the root, the result is broadly similar. Humans create orders capable of organizing strangers, storing resources, enforcing roles, and outlasting individuals. These orders become immensely powerful because they are built atop all the earlier transformations waiting: memory, childhood training, symbol, burial, taboo, kinship, agriculture. Civilization is not a break from those things. It is their amplification. And with amplification comes fragility. The more elaborate the order, the more points at which failure can cascade. Drought can now mean famine across dense populations. Misrule can redirect surplus away from survival. War can shatter irrigation, storage, and trust simultaneously. Epidemic disease can race through crowded settlements. When civilization works, it can appear stronger than nature. When it fails, it reveals how dependent humans have become on systems of self-control, administration, and obedience that instinct alone can never replace once lost. This is why collapse in later history can feel so catastrophic. It is not merely the loss of buildings or rulers, it is the collapse of learned worlds holding older human drives in check. Still, for long stretches, civilization does work at least well enough to persist, expand, and reproduce itself. It creates archives, monuments, empires, priesthoods, markets, literatures, and legal traditions. It allows humans to build environments more controlled, more artificial, and more cumulative than anything that came before. It also deepens division within the self. A person learns to speak politely while feeling rage, to labor while exhausted, to desire while forbidden, to obey while doubting, to revere while suffering. The internal negotiation first glimpsed at a fire or in a child told to wait now becomes a permanent condition of social life. The old animal has not disappeared into the city. It walks its streets in every body. It hungers in the market, envies in the household, fears in the alley, desires in the temple court, rages in the barracks, grieves in the burial ground. Civilization cannot erase these things. What it can do is organize them, exploit them, decorate them, and punish them. It turns instinct into labor, aggression into military order, attachment into family law, fear into worship, patience into taxation, and memory into record. This is its brilliance and its danger. By now the human journey away from instinct has reached a scale unimaginable to those early figures huddling by a hearth. Entire cities stand as proof that people can live according to plans, symbols, obligations, and hierarchies so powerful that millions of daily acts are shaped by them. Yet the cost is visible everywhere in the tension between system and body. Civilization gives humans unmatched collective power, but it also makes them dependent on structures that can wound them deeply. Order has grown vast, so has the strain of living under it. For all the power humans gain by building memory, rules, symbols, fields, cities, and law. The older inheritance never goes away. It cannot. Evolution does not discard successful machinery simply because a species has begun layering culture on top of it. The older drives remain in the body, waiting beneath every polished surface. Hunger still sharpens attention. Fear still recruits the pulse before conscious thought has caught up. Status still matters, often with embarrassing force. Sexual jealousy still burns through moral systems that claim to transcend it. Territoriality still hides inside patriotism, property, neighborhood pride, and the intimate geometry of personal space. Attachment still wounds, grief still destabilizes, resentment still stores itself in memory. Civilization may teach people how to conceal these things, justify them, or redirect them, but it does not abolish them. What the brain leaves behind is never truly left behind at all. This is one of the great misunderstandings in the human story. Once a society becomes literate, urban, lawful, and morally articulate, it becomes tempting to imagine that instinct belongs mostly to the past, to caves and forests and early survival. The evidence suggests otherwise. What changes is not the disappearance of instinct, but the environments in which instinct now operates. The old emotional systems, shaped in small groups under ecological pressure, find themselves living inside temples, courts, barracks, markets, bureaucracies, and now far beyond them in the modern world. Their reactions can be wildly mismatched to those settings, yet they remain powerful. A slight from a stranger may trigger a response once suited to dangerous face-to-face life. Scarcity signals may provoke hoarding in times of abundance. Outgroup suspicion may fasten onto political identities, ethnic boundaries, or theological differences with frightening speed. The organism remains ancient, even when the social order surrounding it is new. Fear is perhaps the clearest example. The human fear system evolves to err on the side of caution in uncertain environments. Better to mistake wind for predator than predator for wind. That basic asymmetry never disappears. In later societies, it becomes available for exploitation by rumor, authority, ideology, and spectacle. A population can be made to fear threats exaggerated beyond proportion because the underlying machinery is already there, eager to recruit the body before evidence is weighed calmly. This does not mean people are irrational by nature in a simple sense. It means that the nervous system evolved to privilege survival over detached accuracy under conditions where hesitation could kill. Culture can refine that response, but it can also weaponize it. What survives in historical record after historical record suggests that fear remains one of the easiest ways to override reasoned restraint and reactivate older collective instincts. Aggression follows a similar pattern. Human beings are not uniformly violent, nor are they peaceful by default. They carry a complicated capacity for both, activated under different conditions. Competition for status, mates, land, security, and moral standing can still provoke intense hostility, especially when groups frame conflict as righteous or necessary. Scholars still debate how much violence characterized deep prehistory, and simplistic claims about humans being naturally warlike or naturally peaceful tend to collapse under scrutiny. The evidence remains incomplete and variable, yet no single explanation fully accounts for the recurrence of organized violence across eras unless the species retains ancient capacities for coalition, threat response, and aggression that culture can mobilize and legitimate. The city, the temple, the kingdom, and the empire do not invent aggression from nothing. They recruit it. There is a lesser-known but important detail from evolutionary psychology and social neuroscience that illuminates this problem. Much human social behavior appears exquisitely sensitive to relative status, not just absolute well-being. In ancestral conditions, rank could affect access to food, mates, allies, protection, and childcare support. It is therefore unsurprising that modern humans still react strongly to humiliation, exclusion, dominance displays, unfairness, and prestige signals. The strange part is how these ancient sensitivities persist inside symbolic systems vastly removed from their original contexts. A court title, military decoration, luxury object, verified reputation, inherited surname, academic honor, or digital audience can all trigger emotional responses rooted in much older status machinery. The body often treats symbolic hierarchy as though it were immediate survival terrain. The same is true of belonging. Humans remain intensely group-oriented creatures. They bond rapidly, defend symbols of affiliation, mimic peers, and often judge outsiders harshly. This is not merely moral failure. It is part of the inheritance of a species that survived through coalitions. To belong was often to live. To be expelled could mean death. That old logic lingers in modern forms, even when actual survival is no longer at stake in the same direct way. A person may feel unbearable shame at social rejection, fierce loyalty to trivial markers of identity, or irrational hostility to unfamiliar groups because the nervous system still reads belonging as existentially important. What later becomes nationalism, sectarianism, fandom, ideology, or class resentment may often ride on emotional currents far older than the ideas attached to them. Desire, too, remains stubbornly ancient. Human sexual behavior is always mediated by culture, but the underlying motivational systems do not vanish. They persist beneath marriage codes, celibacy rules, modesty norms, romance myths, inheritance law, and religious discipline. This persistence is one reason societies devote so much energy to regulating sex. The regulation would not be necessary if instinct had truly been subdued. What survives in legal codes, moral traditions, punishment systems, and scandals across history suggest the opposite. The drive remains disruptive enough that civilizations repeatedly try to channel it without ever fully succeeding. The same can be said of appetite more broadly. Bodies still crave caloric density, still seek comfort, still resist deprivation, still respond to stress by reaching toward food, intoxication, stimulation, or rest. Modern abundance in some societies reveals, rather than cancels, the prehistoric calibration of these systems. There is also the matter of grief and attachment. Humans never become purely rational managers of kinship and mortality. They remain creatures capable of devastating emotional investment in particular others. This has great adaptive value, of course. Attachment sustains care, cooperation, and continuity. But it also means that loss can break the individual's functional relationship to the world. A grieving person may ignore opportunity, neglect self-preservation, or become absorbed by memory in ways that make little immediate sense. Civilization surrounds grief with ritual because ritual helps contain something older and harder to govern. Beneath every formal mourning custom stands the same ancient reality: the nervous system does not easily accept the disappearance of those on whom it has learned to depend. By now the paradox has become central to the whole human condition. The species grows powerful precisely by building structures that restrain instinct, yet those structures remain dependent on instinctive energies for their force. A law works partly because people fear punishment and crave approval. A religion works partly because people seek belonging, pattern, consolation, and moral clarity. A nation works partly because humans respond to territory, symbols, kin-like loyalty, and shared threat. A market works partly because people desire gain, fear scarcity, and compare themselves endlessly with others. Civilization cannot float above biology. It must ride it. What the brain leaves behind, it leaves behind only in appearance. In practice, culture is forever borrowing old machinery for new ends. This helps explain why supposedly rational orders so often become irrational in collective ways. The human mind can calculate, but it can also panic, imitate, polarize, moralize, and cling to narratives that satisfy emotional needs better than they satisfy evidence. Once symbolic systems lock onto ancient drives, entire societies can behave in ways that look, from the outside, like a return of the old animal under new clothing. Crowds can stampede toward violence or ecstasy. Armies can march under abstractions while driven by fear, loyalty, revenge, and status hunger. Markets can behave like herds. Political factions can respond to insult with the intensity of kin conflict. None of this means human beings are secretly no different from other animals. It means their difference is unstable. The layers of self-control are real, but they are layered over systems evolution built for other worlds. There is a quieter version of the same truth in ordinary private life. A person may know perfectly well that anger should be restrained, that envy is corrosive, that gossip harms trust, that prestige is transient, that comfort food is not wisdom, that late-night fear magnifies shadows, that desire can mislead. Yet the knowledge coexists with the impulse rather than replacing it. This coexistence is what makes human consciousness feel so divided. The body surges one way. The learned self pulls another. Sometimes the self wins and calls it virtue. Sometimes the body wins and the self calls it weakness. Most often the two negotiate badly and produce compromise. The evidence for this inner conflict is not archaeological, but universal enough to need no excavation. It is built into the species. What survives in the record suggests that societies have long recognized this divided condition, even when they explain it in mythic, moral, or philosophical language. Traditions around temptation, discipline, honor, shame, self-mastery, purity, courage, patience, sin, and moral education all point toward the same underlying insight: humans are not transparent to themselves. They carry conflicting motives. They know more than they obey. They want what they condemn. They fear what they desire. The ancient turning point away from instinct does not create peace within the self. It creates civil war within the self. This is one reason institutions never stop rehearsing the same lessons. Teach the child restraint. Teach the citizen obedience. Teach the believer discipline. Teach the soldier endurance. Teach the worker punctuality. Teach the student focus. Teach the ruler humility, though rulers rarely learn it well. All of these training systems assume the same thing left unshaped. Human impulses will not reliably produce the behaviors complex societies need. The training is necessary because the old drives remain necessary and dangerous at once. They provide motivation, but not trustworthy direction. There is also an important scientific caution here. It would be a mistake to imagine instinct as a single primitive force and culture as a single civilized force, cleanly opposed. The brain is not built in simple layers where one ancient part fights a modern part in dramatic isolation. Real cognition is distributed, integrated, and dynamic. Emotional systems influence reasoning. Reasoning reshapes emotion, habits alter impulse, social context changes everything. Scholars still debate many details about how evolved predispositions and cultural environments interact, and simplistic popular accounts often distort more than they illuminate. The evidence remains incomplete in many areas. Even so, the broad pattern is clear. Human beings inherit motivational systems that did not evolve for cities, states, bureaucracies, or digital networks. And yet those systems remain the foundation upon which all of these rest. That mismatch has consequences for health, politics, and private suffering. Bodies designed for scarcity face abundance. Minds designed for small group reputation face mass exposure. Fear systems calibrated for visible threats face streams of abstraction. Sleep rhythms shaped by daylight face artificial light and endless stimulation. None of these modern examples are detached from the older story. They are extensions of it. The father culture carries humans from immediate instinctive life. The more likely it is that old drives will misfire in new conditions. The result is often anxiety, compulsion, burnout, addiction, polarization, loneliness in crowds, and rage untethered from direct ecological stakes. Civilization does not make instinct disappear. It makes instinct weird. And still, it would be wrong to end this section in pessimism alone. The persistence of instinct is not merely a source of violence and distortion. It is also the source of attachment, courage, desire for justice as felt unfairness, care for children, loyalty, grief, wonder before danger, delight in belonging, and the bodily urgency that makes meaning matter at all. A human stripped of these old systems would not be civilized. It would be unrecognizable. The problem is not that the species keeps its animal inheritance. The problem is that it keeps trying to pretend it does not. By now that pretense has become impossible to sustain. The old animal stands everywhere within the human world inside kings and peasants, priests and doubters, builders and destroyers, ascetics and gluttons, scholars and soldiers. It waits beneath every order humans invent. It can be disciplined, inspired, redirected, and sometimes elevated into extraordinary forms of cooperation. But it can also surge back through the seams of civilization whenever pressure, fear, deprivation, humiliation, or desire become strong enough. The day humans stopped following instinct, then, was never the day instinct died. It was the day instinct lost its exclusive authority. Ever since, the species has lived in a tense partnership with its own inheritance. The brain leaves many things behind in the sense that it no longer obeys them blindly, yet nothing truly disappears. Under every law, every prayer, every calendar, every market, every monument, the old forces remain alive, patient, and very close to the surface. By the time humans have built fires, memories and burials, taboos, fields, cities, laws, and entire symbolic worlds powerful enough to command the body against its own immediate wishes, a difficult question becomes unavoidable. What, exactly, has happened to human nature? Has the species truly stepped away from instinct in some fundamental sense, becoming a creature governed mainly by culture and self-conscious choice, or has instinct merely changed costume, continuing to guide behavior from beneath the elaborate disguises of ritual, morality, law, ideology, and reason? This is not a modern question only. It has haunted human thought in one form or another for as long as people have tried to explain themselves, and the evidence, frustratingly, refuses to settle into one easy answer. The temptation toward easy answers is strong because the extremes are so appealing. On one side lies the flattering story that humans rise above nature through intelligence, morality, and civilization. That instinct belongs mostly to animals, while people become beings of reason, principle, and deliberate self-creation. On the other side lies the darker and equally seductive story that civilization is a thin mask. That beneath every polished surface humans remain essentially the same as they always were, driven by fear, appetite, sex, status, and violence, with culture serving only to decorate the underlying machinery. Each view captures something real. Each also fails if taken too far. What survives in the record suggests a species neither liberated from instinct nor imprisoned by it, but entangled with it in increasingly complicated ways. Anthropology complicates the picture first. Human societies vary enormously in how they organize family life, sexuality, food, labor, status, punishment, cooperation, and belief. This variability is too great to explain by instinct alone. There is no single automatic human way to distribute resources, arrange marriage, raise children, structure authority, or interpret death. Some societies emphasize competition, others leveling. Some treat private accumulation as normal, others with suspicion. Some make warfare central, others marginal. Some tolerate emotional directness, others prize restraint. What survives in ethnographic records suggests that culture is not a decorative layer on top of a fixed behavioral script. It has genuine shaping power. It can redirect impulse, elevate some motives, suppress others, and produce patterns that would never arise from biology in isolation. And yet anthropology also reveals constraints. For all their variation, human societies are not infinitely flexible. Everywhere there are systems of kinship, however differently arranged. Everywhere food, sex, violence, status, belonging, and mortality matter intensely. Everywhere children require long care. Everywhere some form of moral training appears. Everywhere people become sensitive to fairness or insult, though the standards differ. Everywhere symbols gather emotional force. These recurrent features suggest that culture is building with a species-specific set of materials. It may create astonishing diversity, but it does not build from nothing. The underlying organism still matters. Archaeology tells a similar story, though in a quieter language of bones, tools, pigments, settlements, and graves. It shows gradual change, sudden innovation, long stability, collapse, reinvention, regional divergence, and repeated convergence. Humans can live in many ways, but not in just any way. Certain pressures return again and again: the need to manage cooperation, reproduction, violence, memory, and ecological uncertainty. Scholars still debate exactly how much agency individuals or groups had at different points in prehistory, and how much behavior should be understood as adaptation versus historical accident. The evidence remains incomplete, especially when trying to reconstruct motives rather than outcomes. But no single explanation fully accounts for the human record unless both evolved predispositions and culturally transmitted systems are taken seriously together. Evolutionary science adds another layer of complexity. Human brains and bodies are products of selection. That much is clear. They carry predispositions shaped in ancestral environments, sensitivity to threat, attraction to caloric density, concern for offspring, attention to alliances and rank, responsiveness to social approval, and much more. These are not crude, single-purpose instincts in the old mechanical sense. They are tendencies, biases, motivational systems, and developmental potentials that interact with context. This is important because much confusion about human nature comes from imagining instinct too rigidly. Humans do not inherit precise scripts for modern behavior. They inherit flexible systems that can produce different outcomes in different environments. Instinct, in this view, is less like a command and more like a set of weighted probabilities. That idea helps explain why old debates so often become distorted. If instinct is imagined as absolute, then the existence of cultural variation seems to disprove it. If culture is imagined as total freedom, then recurring human patterns become embarrassing or are explained away. In reality, the two are intertwined. A child may inherit the capacity for language, but not a specific language. A person may inherit sensitivity to status, but not a specific ranking system. A group may inherit tendencies toward coalition, but not a fixed political ideology. What survives in developmental and cognitive research suggests that human beings are prepared to learn certain kinds of things more readily than others, and to respond emotionally to certain kinds of social conditions. But exactly how those tendencies are expressed depends heavily on the learned world that receives them. There is a lesser-known but crucial point here from evolutionary anthropology. Selection may favor not just specific behaviors, but adaptability itself. In unstable environments, a more open-ended organism that can learn local solutions may outperform one with narrower fixed instincts. This means human nature may include a remarkable degree of incompleteness by design. The species is, in part, built to be shaped. That does not make biology irrelevant. It makes biological dependence on culture central. Humans may be naturally cultural in the same deep sense that beavers are naturally dam building, or birds naturally nest building, except that the human version is far more variable and cumulative. If this is true, then the apparent opposition between nature and culture begins to break down. Culture is not what replaces human nature. It is one of human nature's main expressions. Psychology complicates the matter further because individual minds do not experience themselves as mere products of systems, even when systems shape them profoundly. Humans feel desire, hesitation, shame, pride, conscience, temptation, conviction, and regret from the inside. They experience themselves as choosing, resisting, rationalizing, or failing. This inner life gives rise to moral interpretations that can obscure the underlying structure. A person may describe an act as noble self-control or shameful weakness, while a scientist might describe it in terms of impulse regulation, learned norms, social context, and evolved reward systems. Both perspectives capture something real, yet neither is complete on its own. Human nature is not only a matter of what mechanisms exist, it is also a matter of how those mechanisms are lived. This is one reason philosophers and religious thinkers so often speak in terms of divided selves. The language changes across traditions, reason and passion, flesh and spirit, virtue and vice, discipline and temptation, but the experience behind the language is familiar enough. People feel within themselves the pull of conflicting motives. They know that appetite can overpower principle, that habit can outlast belief, that shame can control behavior more effectively than abstract conviction, that belonging can distort judgment, that fear can make nonsense look persuasive, and that reflection can sometimes interrupt all of this without abolishing it. What survives across intellectual traditions suggests that humans have long recognized their own instability. The debate over human nature is not only academic, it is autobiographical at the species level. Some scholars emphasize the continuity between humans and other animals. From this perspective, The most important lesson is that people remain creatures of evolved drives, social competition, reproductive interest, kin favoritism, coalition behavior, and embodied emotional systems. Culture matters, yes, but mostly as a vehicle through which those deeper forces are expressed. There is considerable truth in this view. It guards against sentimental myths of human exceptionalism and reminds us that much apparently noble behavior may still be rooted in ancient motivations, yet taken too far, it can become flattening. It can miss the genuinely transformative role of language, cumulative culture, moral systems, institutions, and deliberate reflection. It can treat every symbol as a mask and every principle as disguised appetite, which explains too much and therefore too little. Other scholars emphasize human plasticity, symbolic capacity, and the power of institutions. From this perspective, people are creatures made largely through history, education, and collective imagination. The biological base matters, but its expression is so mediated that what counts most is the cultural environment. This view rightly captures the astonishing breadth of human possibility and the way different societies produce different selves, yet taken too far. It risks forgetting the stubborn recurring forces that no culture entirely escapes. It can make instincts seem trivial or infinitely rewritable, which the evidence does not support. Bodies still hunger, fear, attach, compare, and tire. Nervous systems still carry old asymmetries. The animal remains active inside even the most symbolically dense worlds. The archaeological record of collapse is especially instructive here. When complex systems break down through drought, war, epidemic, political fragmentation, or ecological exhaustion, human behavior often shifts rapidly. Stored order weakens, violence may increase, mobility returns. Older forms of a local dependence reassert themselves. Improvised survival strategies replace institutional stability. This does not prove that civilization is fake, or that instinct simply waits to reclaim the stage. But it does suggest that much of what humans call normal behavior depends on scaffolding. Remove enough of that scaffolding and different tendencies emerge quickly. The evidence remains incomplete in many specific cases, yet what survives in the record repeatedly shows that human conduct is highly sensitive to social structure. Nature and culture are not separate territories. They are interdependent conditions. There is another important complication. Human beings do not only inherit traits from deep evolution, they inherit environments already transformed by previous generations. A child born into a farming village, a palace state, a monastic school, an industrial city, or a digital metropolis is not meeting raw nature. The child is meeting a historical world that channels development from the beginning. This means that what feels natural at any given moment may actually be deeply historical. Agricultural routine can feel natural. Monogamy or polygyny can feel natural. Wage labour can feel natural. National identity can feel natural. Permanent self-promotion can feel natural. None of this means such patterns are unreal. It means human nature is always unfolding inside inherited worlds that become embodied over time. The line between instinct and training grows harder to draw precisely because training can sink so deeply into the organism. No single explanation fully accounts for the strange fact that humans can experience learned obligations as if they were innate. Yet this may be one of the species' defining traits. A person raised inside ritual, law, etiquette, class order, military discipline, or market logic often feels those systems not as external impositions, but as obvious reality. Another person raised elsewhere may find the same systems bizarre. This suggests that humans are built not only to learn, but to naturalize what they learn. Second nature can become experientially indistinguishable from first nature. This is both a strength and a danger. It allows cultures to reproduce themselves with extraordinary stability. It also makes historical arrangements seem eternal when they are anything but. The debate over human nature therefore ends, if it ends anywhere, in a less satisfying but more accurate place. Humans are neither pure instinctive animals nor self-making minds floating free of biology. They are organisms whose very biology includes unusual dependence on culture, prolonged childhood, symbolic thought, and social training. Instinct has not been abandoned. It has been reorganized, recruited, suppressed, redirected, and sometimes inflamed by the learned worlds people build together. Culture has not erased nature. It has become one of nature's most elaborate and dangerous expressions. This is why arguments about what humans are really like so often go wrong. They look for essence in the wrong place. The human essence, if there is one, may lie not in a fixed moral core or a hidden beast beneath civilization, but in the unstable relation between old drives and new worlds. Humans are the species that can be trained against immediate impulse, yet never fully freed from it. The species that can build institutions strong enough to command millions, yet still be undone by fear, envy, or hunger. The species that can turn memory into law, grief into ritual, and imagination into empire, while remaining vulnerable to the same nervous shocks that once passed through bodies on open savannas. By now the outline of the answer is visible, even if the answer itself refuses to stand still. Humans did not stop following instinct by replacing it with something cleaner. They did so by becoming creatures who live increasingly through mediation, through learned habits, inherited meanings, social expectations, and symbolic systems that stand between impulse and action. But those mediations are never absolute. They depend on the organism beneath them. They must be taught again in every generation. They can fail. They can overreach. They can become so rigid that they crush the life they were meant to guide. And when they crack, the old animal does not need to return from exile. It was there all along. The debate, then, is not really between nature and culture. It is about the balance of power between them at any given moment, in any given setting, under any given pressure. And that balance is always moving. Human beings are not a solved species. They are a negotiated one, forever suspended between inheritance and invention, appetite and order, body and meaning. That may be the most honest answer the evidence allows, and perhaps also the most unsettling, because it means there was never a final break. There was only a long, continuing argument within the species about what should rule. That long argument has never ended. It survives into the present not as a relic of prehistory, but as the basic condition of being human. The modern world often flatters itself by imagining that it has moved beyond the old turning point, that science, law, technology, and comfort have finally carried people out of the animal struggle and into something cleaner, more rational, more consciously designed. But what the long record suggests is far stranger. Modern humans are still living inside the same ancient transition that began when instinct first stopped ruling alone. The tools have changed beyond recognition. The scale of the systems has become almost impossible for one mind to hold. Yet the underlying problem remains constant. A body shaped for immediacy is still being asked to obey worlds made of memory, symbols, schedules, and invisible rules. Look closely at ordinary life and the continuity becomes difficult to miss. A person wakes not with the sun or the movement of prey, but with an alarm set according to abstract time. The body may crave more sleep, but the calendar overrules it. Hunger does not lead directly to eating whatever is available. It encounters budgets, etiquette, health ideals, work routines, religious restrictions, social image, and endless symbolic associations around food. Sexual desire does not move through a simple field of biological opportunity. It passes through law, romance, morality, property, identity, taboo, digital mediation, and collective expectations so layered that instinct can scarcely recognize its own path. Fear is no longer limited to predators in the grass or strangers at the edge of camp. It now attaches itself to debt, reputation, markets, screens, distant wars, invisible pathogens, political rumors, environmental forecasts, and futures imagined years ahead. The old systems remain, but the objects that trigger them have become increasingly abstract. This abstraction is one of the most important legacies of the long human break from instinct. Early humans learned to act toward absences. Modern humans live inside absences almost constantly. They save for retirement, obey institutions they cannot see, work for salaries paid later, worry about economies too vast to understand directly, feel shame before audiences not physically present, and submit to laws written by strangers long dead or far away. A person may spend the day serving numbers on a screen, symbolic obligations encoded in contracts, rankings, deadlines, metrics, and promises. None of this is natural in the sense of arising spontaneously from the body's immediate needs, yet it has become ordinary. So ordinary that its strangeness is easy to forget. The species that once learned to keep an ember alive through the night now spends entire lives tending systems of delayed return. There is a lesser known but revealing continuity here from behavioral science. Human beings remain strongly present biased in many contexts. They often struggle to sacrifice immediate reward for distant gain, even when they know abstractly that the distant gain matters more. This is not moral failure in any simple sense. It is the persistence of nervous systems shaped in worlds where the future was uncertain, and what was present could not always be postponed safely. Modern institutions, however, increasingly demand the opposite: save now, study now, exercise now, work now, endure now, invest now, delay gratification again and again for outcomes that may be years away and never guaranteed. What survives in modern behavior suggests that this demand remains difficult because the ancient organism has not caught up with the symbolic world it built. That mismatch appears everywhere. The body craves sugar and fat because scarcity once made such cravings useful, then finds itself surrounded by abundance engineered to exploit those cravings. The mind scans constantly for social approval because belonging once meant safety, then finds itself exposed to networks where status comparison is endless and often merciless. Fear systems tuned for visible danger confront streams of bad news from across the planet. Aggression suited to local conflict gets mobilized by political identity and anonymous outrage. Attachment systems built for intimate groups strain under mobility, loneliness, and mediated relationships. Sleep rhythms shaped by light and darkness are pulled apart by artificial illumination and restless schedules. Civilization, in this sense, is not merely a triumph over instinct. It is a machine for constantly recontextualizing instinct in environments it was never meant to inhabit. And yet the species keeps going, which says something important. Humans are not only burdened by this mismatch, they are also sustained by the same capacities that created it: the ability to learn, symbolize, plan, cooperate with strangers, and live inside. imagined orders remains astonishingly powerful. It allows hospitals, archives, legal rights, scientific knowledge, long-distance care, disaster response, music, literature, cities that can feed millions, and moral communities extending far beyond kin. These are not small achievements. They are the flowering of everything that began with the widening gap between urge and action. A creature that once delayed eating until the meat cooked can now delay personal interest for causes, institutions, and people it will never meet. That capacity is as real as any instinct, and in some ways just as ancient now. The problem is that the same systems that allow collective greatness also produce unprecedented forms of control. A person can be trained, monitored, measured, ranked, and disciplined more thoroughly than anything earlier societies could manage. Work time is regulated, attention is harvested, desire is shaped by industries, consumption becomes ritualized, identity is marketed back to the self, bureaucracies decide who counts, who qualifies, who is punished, who is visible, who is forgotten. The body that once struggled against hunger and weather now often struggles against exhaustion inside artificial environments where every impulse can be redirected toward productivity, loyalty, or profit. The move away from instinct, which began as an adaptive opening, has also made human beings uniquely governable. This was always hidden inside the transformation. The first person who learned to wait instead of grabbing immediately had gained a survival advantage. But that same capacity to wait made possible a future in which people could be told to wait forever for justice, for reward, for recognition, for release, for happiness, for the proper time to live according to their own bodies again. Civilization runs in part on that promise. Endure now, later will come. Plant now, harvest later. Obey now. Security later, work now, rest later, sacrifice now, meaning later. Sometimes the promise is kept, often it is only deferred. The human nervous system remains vulnerable to such arrangements precisely because it has become so good at living for unseen futures. Scholars who study modernity often describe alienation, discipline, bureaucracy, and abstraction as recent developments, and in one sense they are, but in another sense they are extensions of much older human habits. The field already taught delayed return. The city already taught obedience to systems. Writing already taught memory detached from the living speaker. Law already taught internalized restraint. The modern world does not invent these principles from nothing. It industrializes them. It scales them beyond anything earlier humans could have imagined. That is why modern life often feels both novel and strangely old at once. It is the oldest human experiment carried to extraordinary intensity. The species remains divided within this experiment. People still long for immediacy for unstructured time, direct contact, movement, appetite without shame, belonging without performance, labor with visible purpose, grief with communal recognition, rest without guilt, landscapes not yet conquered by schedules. Such longings are not merely nostalgia or weakness. They may reflect the persistent presence of older human calibrations beneath the modern order. At the same time, few people would willingly give up everything the mediated world has made possible: medicine, literacy, stable food supplies, legal protection, art at scale, preserved memory, scientific understanding, and the capacity to care across great distance. The tension is real because both sides are real. The old animal still wants one thing, the learned world still demands another. human life continues in the negotiation. This is why the story cannot end with a simple victory of reason over instinct, or with a cynical collapse of culture into disguised appetite. Neither does justice to the evidence. Humans are creatures who genuinely can act against immediate impulse in service of meanings, plans, and obligations that do not reduce to raw biology. They can care for strangers, defend principles, preserve knowledge across centuries, and organize life around futures no instinct could ever specify. But they do all this using nervous systems still tuned by ancient struggles. Their highest achievements therefore remain inseparable from their oldest vulnerabilities. The same species that can build ethical systems can be driven into panic by rumor. The same species that can imagine universal dignity can still sort people into us and them with primitive speed. The same species that can preserve memory in books, laws, and data can still crave immediate comfort with a force stronger than principle. What survives from the long human past, then, is not simply a list of instincts, nor simply a body of traditions. It is a condition of layered existence. People live biologically in one world and symbolically in another, while the two worlds constantly interfere with each other. A deadline can raise the pulse like a predator. A social insult can wound like physical danger. A legal border can provoke territorial emotions older than law itself. A ritual can calm fear. A story can outlast a body. A promise can override appetite. A market crash can trigger scarcity reflexes in people far from starvation. A flag can stir kin-like loyalty toward millions of strangers. A grave can still command reverence long after the bones are dust. This is what the day humans stopped following instinct truly means in the longest view. It means that reality for humans is never only material or only biological again. It is always mediated by learned worlds powerful enough to move the body. And because of that, the present is not outside the story. It is one of the most intense versions of it. Everywhere the ancient human compromise is visible. In the parent waking before dawn for a child despite exhaustion. In the worker obeying a schedule the body did not choose. In the mourner returning to a grave. In the student delaying pleasure for a future self not yet real. In the citizen respecting laws or breaking them in rage. In the lover choosing loyalty over opportunity or failing to do so. In the crowd swept by fear, hope, or resentment. In the solitary person at night trying to resist the pull of appetite, despair, distraction, or memory. None of these are purely instinctive. None are free of instinct either. They are the living texture of a species still suspended between inheritance and invention. If there is a final lesson in the long arc, it may be this: humans did not become less natural when they stopped following instinct alone. They became natural in a new and more dangerous way. They became a species whose nature includes the ability to build second worlds of law, ritual, language, labor, debt, myth, art, and obligation, and then to live inside those worlds so fully that the body begins answering to them as if they were weather, landscape, or fate. That ability made civilization. Morality, science, oppression, beauty, bureaucracy, tragedy, tenderness, and history itself possible. It is the source of nearly everything human beings admire and nearly everything they fear in themselves. The old turning point therefore has never passed. It continues in every generation, every childhood, every institution, every act of restraint, every collapse of restraint, every rule learned, every desire resisted, every symbol believed, every future served at the expense of the present. Humans are still there, at the edge of the fire, learning once again that an urge can rise and still not be obeyed. They are still there, in the field, planting what they cannot eat yet, still there, in the graveyard, honouring what no longer lives, still there, in the city, submitting to systems no instinct could explain, still there, in the mind itself, where older impulses meet newer orders in endless negotiation. The day humans stopped following instinct was never a day that ended. It was the beginning of the long human condition, and it is still going on now. The fire is low now, and the long story settles into something quieter. Behind all the tools, graves, fields, walls, laws, and cities, the same human figure remains a creature born with an ancient body, yet never fully content to live only by what that body asks for. That may be the strangest inheritance of all. Humans do not simply survive in the world they are given. They keep building another one beside it, then a third, then a fourth made of memory, promises, symbols, duties, fears, and imagined futures. And once those invisible worlds are built, they become as real in daily life as hunger, weather, and stone. Across tens of thousands of years, that is what changes most, not the disappearance of instinct, and not the triumph of reason in any perfect sense, but the growing habit of standing slightly apart from impulse, holding it back, translating it, or forcing it to serve something unseen, a buried body, a stored seed, a forbidden desire, a law carved into clay, a child taught to wait, a worker rising before dawn, a mourner touching cold stone long after the voice is gone. These are all part of the same long movement. They are traces of a species learning, again and again, that life can be organized around things that do not exist in the immediate moment. That is a great source of human power. It is also the source of much human sorrow. The animal that follows instinct may suffer hunger, cold, danger, and loss. The human being suffers those things too, but also carries an extra burden memory that lingers, futures that fail, rules that wound, hopes that demand sacrifice, meanings that outlive the bodies that made them. Humans become capable of beauty on a scale few other creatures can approach, yet also of exhaustion, guilt, obedience, and longing that only such a divided mind could know. And still, there is something deeply moving in that division. It is there in the first ember protected through the night, in the first grave dug for someone who could no longer return, in the first field planted for a season not yet come, in every quiet act of restraint that says the present body is not the whole story. Perhaps that is what history has really been recording all along, not just empires and collapses, but the repeated effort to live between what is felt and what is chosen. So the image that remains is a simple one. A human being in fading light, with night gathering beyond the edge of the world, holding still for a moment longer than instinct would ask, waiting, remembering, choosing, and in that pause, the whole long human story is already there.